Good morning. Okay, so futures a little bit lower. I didn't see a whole lot of volume in Bookmap overnight. It's starting to pick up a little bit. Negative deltas to start the day. We're below 4,100 futures. All right, let's get this party started. Okay, let's see. Yesterday we finished the session on a positive note as far as up volume. That said, there wasn't a whole lot of block volume on the SPY. The Qs had most of the volume on blocks and the IWM. Tick cumulative on the 5 minutes trying to turn higher. Internals were neutral to bearish most of the day. And we were in a sideways range for the most part with a slight drift lower. We stayed below VWAP most of yesterday's trading session. Morning, Robert. All right, we stayed below VWAP. SPY. Okay, so we stayed below VWAP most of the day. We remain in this range between 407 and 417. There's a 10-point range there. We could go down and test 407. Looks like that's where we are right now. 407. So that's the bottom of last week's range. Looking for an opportunity. All right, going into the opening bell, we got buyers coming in. NIMO closed at 47. That's positive. We started the week with 12 12 neutral indicators. 6 were bullish and 2 were bearish. Breadth being extremes was one of those negatives. Let's see at NIMO real quick. NIMO, whoops, not currencies, NIMO. NIMO breadth started to bounce above 0 after being extreme above plus 30%. So we're expecting breadth to pull back in a little bit. Okay, so we still have a trough, have yet to peak. We have yet to peak on NIMO and NAMO. So that's good. We've got less than a minute to go. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table. Reassess the markets after 10 o'clock. Wait for VWAP and relative volume to mature and give us an indication of what's in play for the day. Good luck today, folks. All right, so we're still above the 0 line, but not much conviction on institutions' part yesterday. So we'll see if that picks up today. We're looking for more block volume. Maybe some calls at the open for a cheap bet. Let's see, what's today? Today is Tuesday. Wednesday calls, maybe. Okay, we're open.
we are just seeing some comments from the World Bank President Malpass here. Cuts the global growth forecast to 2.9% versus 4.1% that was forecast in January.
We're starting to rally. Starting to rally off the lows here.
The World Bank also says that growth in advanced economies is to decelerate to 2.6% in 2022 versus January's forecast of 3.8%.
Okay, so we got some aggressive buyers at the open, shorts covering. Okay, Amazon.
World Bank President Malpass says that
Active this morning, Amazon. Puts and calls, target.
Increased estimates of future supply would help reduce current prices and inflation expectations.
Target out with downbeat guidance this morning.
Efforts and growing danger that debt distress will spread middle-income countries as well.
Okay, most stocks opening lower.
It says, I see the real threat that faster than expected tightening of financial conditions could push some countries into the kind of debt crisis seen in the 1980s.
Okay, most everything gapping down, looking for shorts to cover. Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down before you start doing anything. Usually a good idea. I'm thinking to take some calls, but I'm going to wait a few minutes and see how this plays out. Futures. Okay, a little bit of selling here. Okay, 407 is the weekly range, the lows of the weekly range. Okay, so that's where we stopped last week. If we roll over, this being a lower high, watch for any downside. All right, keep an eye on this. Aggressive sellers are no longer there. All right, it's starting to watch. Futures starting to see some more aggressive buying coming in. Shorts covering. All right, here we go. Pop in here. Nice pop. All right, nice rally here. Okay, aggressive buyers, futures.
Picking up on more of these World Bank advances, regional Europe and Central Asia economy expected to shrink by 2.9% in 2022, with growth of 1.5% seen in 2023.
All right, nice little pop there. All right, let's see if shorts continue to cover. Tick cumulative is lower. Tick cumulative, that's telling you they're selling more than they're buying at the moment. Algos. Target rallying off the lows here. If it's anything like what Walmart did, after its guidance, we did see a rally at some point. I wouldn't be interested in Target just yet. With a gap down, double bottom on Target. This might work pretty good. Watching Target for flow. Amazon, we got a mix of calls and puts. Market net flow, still positive. All right, nice rally so far off the lows, shorts covering. Okay, net flow on SPY is mostly calls. SPY net flow is calls at the moment. Okay, tick cumulative still facing lower, 2-to-1 down volume. So calls say one thing, internals say another. So ambivalence usually means wait for better signals. We'll wait for better signals. Veru, nice pop on Veru. Veru with a nice follow through today. Veru, Veru. Okay, pushing a bit higher. Veru pushing higher. All right, see if we can't get above 15. All right, most stocks are seeing buyers coming in, shorts covering for now. Market net flow is still a little bit more bullish now. All right, shorts still covering. I do plan to reduce my equity exposure a little bit more. If we can't manage to get out of this range over the next few trading days, I will take a little bit more risk off. I'm currently still at 45% equity exposure, 55% cash and alternative investments. Reason being, I'm not convinced that we can break out of this range. So we could see that after next week's VIX expiration, major expiration next week, and FOMC. So if we can get above the 50-day, then I will probably stay with my current positioning. If we can't, if we start to move lower, I will definitely start to reduce my exposure in equities. Currently, sectors that are showing strength: XBI, energy, USO, crude oil, metals and mining, and healthcare. Biotechs are okay. LABU.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, we ran into supply. There's about 40,000 contracts above 40.95. About 40,000 contracts sitting there. We need to get through 40.95. We did see positive delta there for a few minutes. It's still too early to tell what's up. LABU still looking a little bit better. Moderna, seeing a bunch of puts on Moderna. mRNA, Moderna. Maybe that's selling premium. I'm thinking that's selling premium. Saw a bunch of puts just roll by. Moderna, the 132s, 133s, 135s. That must be put premium being sold. as a credit. Yeah, Novavax this morning saw a lot of activity as well. Thank you, BNB. Yeah, I saw a lot of activity. Novavax. Novavax. All right, so let's see if we can pop here. SPY. Looking for a follow through. Let's see if we can follow through here. All right, it's still a little early, but it feels like shorts covering. All right, most of the FANG stocks, shorts continue to cover. New money's coming in. Okay, let's look at Apple, for example. Shorts are covering here on Apple. Okay, we're about to retake 146, it looks like. So the first few minutes, these are 2-minute charts. These are first few minutes here. 2-minute chart, we get a gap down, buyers stepping up, shorts covering, and we're rallying. We need to get above, we need to go green. You note that the Speaker for the House, Nancy Pelosi, buying calls and in Apple and Microsoft. That was posted in the trading room last night by Heart Pumper, Mikey. Okay, net flow. Net flow is still mostly calls. We're looking for more blocks. Looking for more blocks. And we're looking for shorts to continue covering. Still, tick cumulative is still dropping on 2-to-1 down volume. So coast is not clear yet unless you're on the put side. Yeah, I see the comments about Amazon. I buy everything through Amazon. I bought all my monitors through Amazon. I bought my Mac Mini. Sorry, I take that back. I bought it at Costco. But a lot of other things. My Mac Mini I bought at Costco as well to run these 3 new screens. All right, looking for our calls to continue to rise. All right, puts are starting to rise here. SPY puts. All right, we're starting to see puts rising. Veru follow through. Veru with the follow through. Okay, so we're looking for a follow through. Okay, SPY. Looking for a pop above this level. Resistance for now. Okay, keep an eye on Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, the FANG stocks. VIX is hanging in there. Sectors, pharmaceuticals just went green. All right, pharmaceuticals just popped up, IHE. That could be an indication that they're in play today. Let's see what's working. All right, Zotis. Zotis looks good. On the most actives, Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson. Okay, Eli Lilly, after a little dip, bouncing. Johnson & Johnson looking good. That looks really strong. All right, I'd like to see more volume. I'd like to see more flow as well. All right, puts dropping off again. All right, SPY pushing a bit higher now. SPY. ZTS, Zotis. All right, Zotis looks pretty good. Has to deal with the 50-day, but once above the 50-day, if it can break trend, you can see the 200-day, so it's a little early. All right, we've got a bit of supply overhead above 4,100. We've got about 40,000 contracts overhead. From here up to 4,105. All right, so if we can blast through this area, that should help. All right, so most actives, again, there's a lot of follow through in pharma. We've got Apache on the move here. Apache, most active. Apache's most active. ConocoPhillips, COP. ExxonMobil. Schmuckers. A lot of activity on Smuckers this morning. Smuckers, big move on Smuckers. Expansion day, $3.75. It's already up 550. Watching for SPY to follow through. Still early. All right, more upside. More upside. We're pushing through supply. Facebook looking for the follow through. All right, all the FANG stocks continue to see a bid. So shorts have covered most likely. And anything now, any upside now is most likely new money. All right, so let's look at Apple, for example. Apple, all right, we got a bullish looking candle now. Okay, we got that dip and then shorts cover, now the follow through. All right, so here goes SPY. Let's look at the Qs real quick. The Qs. All right, the Qs. trying to get back to green. SPY, got a ways to go. We're down $2 right now on SPY. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, those three alone give you 15% weight of the S&P.
We're now 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we do get the release of the Canadian IV PMI. For a prior read of 66, spot 3. As well, keep in mind we're expecting comments from ECB's Bunch speaking, as well as the US Treasury Secretary Yellen speaking as well.
Okay. SPY just grinding higher. All right, so we're pushing supply up a little bit more. Deltas are positive now. Futures.
Also seeing a comment from World Bank President Mulcahy says that many nations will have a hard time avoiding a recession. The downside risk is that there could be a global recession.
Futures are delta positive at the moment. Aggressive buyers coming in, pushing above supply. That looks good. More stocks are being bought. Watch roadblocks here.
The Treasury moving to block US investors from buying a Russian debt.
Vero continuation above 15. Vero piercing 15.
Looking into this case as the US Treasury's moved to block US investors from making purchases of Russian debt in secondary markets as an apparent expansion from existing
BTU.
prohibited purchases of newly issued
Energy.
Russian government
A lot of
debt.
energy names looking good. Let's see what PBR looks like. PBR, all right, trying to get going here. PBR had a pin on Friday at 14. There's a lot of option volume in PBR, Petrobras, Brazil, looking for higher levels. All right, we're popping above supply now. Okay, above 41.10, that we could really release the Kraken. Still supply for now, 41.10, still supply. All right, nice follow through on futures still going. Okay, so very aggressive buyers here, very aggressive buyers. Most stocks are still responding. If you have too many positions on, this is your opportunity to sell some into strength. Okay, end phase is off $2.40. Yesterday we had a lot of activity in solar stocks. Ginkgo Solar was up over 12% yesterday. It's given back a little bit. Still a very bullish trend. Most likely, best entry would be a pullback towards 63.
World Bank President Mulcahy sees the debt distress spreading to middle-income nations.
Apple looking for the follow through to continue. Okay, it's still not quite 10 o'clock. Apple. Still below the 9 and 21 day. We got a lower high. SPY looks like it wants to keep going. Futures need to get above 41.10 now. 41.10, 41.11. That's where supply has shifted from 40.90 up to 4100 up to 41.10 plus or minus. That's where the supply has shifted higher, but supply is shifting higher.
So 5 minutes away now to the top of the hour, where we get the Canadian IV PMI release. after a prior read of 66 spot 3. Also expect some comments from ECB's Vance as well as US Treasury Secretary Yellen.
Okay, let's check out the sectors again. All right, more sectors are trying to go green. We got small cap energy at 12, PSC, that's small cap energy, trading $12. This probably just keeps going. PBF Energy, refiner like VLO, and PBF, VLO. Refiners continue. Okay, that looks good. PBF, small cap energy. Getting a little extended. Last couple of weeks we were looking for shorts. Nope. Nope. Price action saying nope. They keep buying. All right, FANG stocks are basically flagging right now at the highs. All right, Apple's plus 50 cents. Nvidia's trying to push higher. What's AMD doing? What's ChargePoint doing? ChargePoint. VIX trying to push higher. All right, I'm going to wait a few more minutes. The markets are not letting the bulls have their way just yet. Looking for a higher low. Small cap energy still doing well. Okay, let's look at energy stocks. Small cap energy. Apache, APA. Civi, all of the watch list stocks that are from the energy sector or higher. Calon Petroleum looks good. One that people don't look at very often is PBR, Petrobras. Looking for that to break out of this 1375 of this 1490 level. ChargePoint, starting to see more activity on ChargePoint. Looks like it could go. ChargePoint.
So 1 minute remaining now. The Canadian IBPMI also picking up comments from ECB's Vance and Treasury Secretary Yellen.
NIO looking for a follow through today. NIO, all right, SPY looks like it wants to keep going. It's very choppy. NIO looking for a push higher. Chinese stocks, a lot of activity in these names. BABA, the 100 call was very active yesterday. DD Global, a ban being lifted on users. GameStop, a little bounce. GNRC making higher lows. All right, so we rejected right now on SPY. All right, SPY puts starting to overtake the activity on the flow. All right, SPY watching closely. Still dealing with the supply. Futures are still dealing with supply, but have a positive delta trend going for now. Since the opening bell, for the last half an hour, the trend has been more positive or more bullish on the flow. Deltas are rising, telling you there's more aggressive buyers than there are aggressive sellers, which contradicts the 2-to-1 down volume. But being the time of day, not surprising. Okay, SPY starting to bounce a little bit more. Apple looking for a higher low. All right, VIX is creating lower highs. VIX lower highs. Need it to drop off if you're bullish. Looks like it wants to hang in there. All right, so very choppy start to the day. We gap down, short covering. That's about it for now. Just shorts covering. All right, let's take a look at charge point. Might start some shares on charge point. We've got an ATR of a little over $1. It's up 3 cents. Charge point, watching that. All right, if VWAP can stay positive and start sloping up and to the right, we might get past 16 today. Still too early. It's 10 o'clock, a little after 10, and no cavalry. More puts are trading on the flow. We do have positive market. We have options market is mostly positive. Okay, we really need to see some aggressive buying here. We need to get above 41.15 if we can. Then we got a green light for higher. SPY looking good. A little bit better now. The future is looking better. We're pushing through supply. Aggressive buyers keep gobbling up contracts. We got about 30,000 contracts from here up to 41.15, about 40,000 contracts to deal with. Supply is starting to shift higher. That's a good sign. Got delta positive, aggressive buyers. All right, so the flow, even though the options are starting to drop off here, put options are starting to drop off. Okay, if we pop above 41.12, 41.15, that should do it. We should see a follow through. SPY. Come on, SPY, you can do it. VIX is dropping off. Okay, we're right at supply. Got 30,000 contracts right here now. Let's go, SPY. Let's go. All right, so tick cumulative is trying to turn bullish. Tick cumulative is trying to turn bullish. Still 1-to-1 down volume, almost 2-to-1 down volume. So we need to see a follow through quick here. All right, a little bit of selling. All right, waiting for a price to get above 41.15 before I do anything on the long side. Still resistance at this level. VIX is starting to pop again. All right, so I'm going to wait a few minutes on any index options. Charge point looks good though. I'm looking for a follow through in charge point. Nothing there just yet. All right, Smuckers is up 4%. Most actives. All right, you're seeing wicks on the top of these candles. People are very quick to take profits, it looks like. Look for any dips. Take two. Take two looks good. Take two. Let's take a look at Take two. Electronic Arts. Take two. And ATVI. Activision flat. No breakout yet. More selling. All right, so we ran into supply at 41.10. We're currently at 40.96. Deltas are still positive. Let's see if buyers can push this back above 41.10. 41.10. Okay. Need that higher low, need a higher high now. Apple's at 146.50. Trying to get above 147. Apple. Okay, we're green for now. Need SPY and the Qs to continue higher. All right, let's see. Amazon. Amazon's off 240. Higher lows on Amazon. SPY, no follow through yet. Apple, no follow through. Shorts, we call this just shorts covering for now. SPY, Apple back to VWAP. Futures holding 4090, 4094. Deltas are fading a little bit. Still positive, but fading. Okay, it's 1010, 1012. SPY, a lot of puts crossing over. Apple, a lot of puts crossing over right now. Veru calls. Veru calls. The 1450 strike. Veru. 1450 strike on Veru. Calls building on Veru. $16 strike for Friday is pretty active as well. On Veru, 16 strike is very active at the moment. Apple still watching at VWAP. Futures, no signal just yet. We're flat right at supply. We got more buyers than sellers at the moment on the futures. More contracts to buy. Tick cumulative is still moving lower, 2-to-1 down by a market internal say be careful. All right, Apple's starting to bounce. All right, speaking of Apple, let's go take a look at the equal weight index. Hearing a little flow coming through now. All right, bearish flow coming through. SPX. We got supply overhead and demand just below, about a 10 handle range right now on the futures. All right, Veru's still going here. Veru. Overall market net flow is bullish. Options market is mostly bullish for the overall market. Canada Goose going into the summer. Yeah, that makes sense. 50-day, if it gets to the 50-day, probably a better area for a short. All right, looking for futures to clear the supply that we're dealing with at 4,100. All right, puts and calls, net flow is about the same at the moment on the SPY. We're in between dark pool levels at the moment. All right, SPY starting to bounce a bit more. Well, let me go check what I was thinking about at the time. All right, so dojis on both growth and value stocks. Dojis. For now, we're just waiting for direction. We could go either way. The equal weight index. All right, these 10 stocks make up over 28.6% of the S&P 500. These 10 stocks. Okay, we're consolidating in a triangle pattern. Yesterday, the number of stocks trading above their 50-day, also in a triangle pattern, looking for a break higher or lower. CCI turned a bit lower. So it's neutral to slightly bearish. We need to see a pop higher in order to get more bullish. So you're right at resistance just below the 50-day. We need to see more positive confirmation. If you're thinking long, right now, could go either way. It's really tough. We've been trading in a range for the last 7 trading days. We ran up to the middle of this price action last week on Tuesday. Couldn't get through it. Futures, the supply overhead is dissipating. The supply overhead has dissipated in the futures. A lot of demand, a lot of buyers down here at 40.90. About 30,000 contracts just below. 10,000 overhead. So supply is about a third the size of the buyers that are currently looking to get in. A little bit lower. Delta's gone flat now. They're still green, but flat at the moment. All right, so got buyers at the low of the day so far in the equal weight index. Very early. Okay, if we can jump above supply here, that'll be great. Then we could test 41.10. That was the level that got rejected earlier. 41.10, 410 SPY, 410.50 SPY. Morning, Nick. You been on vacation? Okay, some buyers coming in now. Very choppy, trying to get through this level. All right, we got buyers coming in.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen due to be testifying before the Committee on Finance any moment now. We have provided the live video on the feed for anybody interested.
All right, nice slow follow through here, starting to push higher. Markets on the move. FANG stocks looking for follow through. Okay, PBF and the refiners, PBF, Papa, Bravo, Foxtrot, PBF, and Valero Energy, Victor Lima Oscar, Valero, those two look good. All right, we're right back up to supply again, 41.10, 41.10. Target has seen nonstop buyers since the open on the gap down. Veru continues to push higher. Veru's still going. Veru, it's still going. The 16 call was very active this morning. Veru is pushing through 16 right here, right now. Veru, Veru. Veru submitted emergency use authorization application to the US FDA for sabizabulin. It's novel oral antiviral and anti-inflammatory drug candidate for hospitalized COVID-19 patients that are at high risk for ARDS, ARDS. I have no idea what that is. You doctors talk really funny. Looks good though. Veru.
Yellen says Biden supports legislative measures that could lower inflation.
All right, supply still a problem here. Can't get through this air. Can't get through the kitchen door. Very few blocks again today. SPY, more blocks today, this time of day than we did by noon. Thanks, Frank. Need a doctor to decipher. All right, we jump above 410.75. SPY. We got supply right in this area. Can't seem to get through this 4100 level. GameStop. If we pop through this level, we could run pretty quick. Watching supply on Bookmap right here. Supply 4110. This is the area we got stuck at. Futures. Still got a lot of supply in this area, dealing with that. Okay, here we go. Breaking out. There we go.
Buy took alert plus 800.
Okay, there goes everything. A nice little pop there. Through supply. Very aggressive buyers here. Supply keeps popping up. 4120 is the next level now. 4120. There goes SPY. All right, supply keeps shifting higher.
A lot Congress can do to ease cost burdens on American households. Gillen says energy prices would be higher without releases from strategic Europe project reserve.
All right, we're blasting higher now.
Country experiencing higher inflation.
All right, nice follow through.
Yellen says Biden administration wants to see congressional moves to boost investment in clean energy, renewables, and reduce dependence on oil markets.
All right, nice follow through. SPY.
Yellen says I also want to see investment in programs to lower prescription drug costs.
High took alert plus 800.
Nice follow through. There goes SPY. Nice follow through. Many stocks are pushing hard. Don't forget to take some profits off into strength. Apple's still going. Facebook looking good for a follow through. Microsoft looking good. Microsoft.
Yellen says oil producers have incentives now to increase oil production.
Release the U.S. from these restrictions, these crazy restrictions, and we'll be fine. Can't believe they like hamstringing U.S. producers of oil, land leases. Let them drill. Drill, baby, drill. I'm sure there's a lot of environmentalists that are members that are really not too happy with that comment. We use oil and gas to make everything. Microsoft's still going.
Yellen says it's virtually impossible to insulate ourselves from shocks on oil markets, such as those caused by Russia's war in Ukraine. Yellen says it's critical to boost production of renewable
Keep
energy.
talking, Janet. The market seems to like Janet. All right, SPY continuation. All right, we got bookmap. We got the futures continue to push higher. Futures continue to push higher. Impossible to follow this if you're not using bookmap. You'd have to sit here and do nothing but analyze your level 2. With bookmap, it's so much easier to see supply moving higher.
High tickler plus
Okay, there we go. SPY breaking out. SPY breaking out. Okay, so you can see right here that supply keeps shifting higher from left to right as the time right in the middle, the time stamp keeps rolling along. Impossible to see that on level 2. Okay, nice follow through. Shorts covering. All right, SPY's got a nice move here. Futures supply is 40,000 overhead, 41.35. We get above 41.35, we can see 41.40. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Look at this. Look at this freaking move. Awesome. Nice follow through. VIX dropping really hard here. VIX dropping really hard.
Yeah, and repeats the sentiment saying bringing down inflation should be our number one priority. And says the Fed has an important role to play in addressing inflation. We can complement that with deficit reduction.
All right, SPY, nice follow through there. SPY, that was a nice follow through. All right, VIX trying to hold this level. Look for another bear flag on VIX. Look for another bear flag on your VIX. All right, SPY starting to run into some resistance now. Looking for a bear flag on VIX and a bull flag and a push higher on SPY. Watch bookmap.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, looking good. Looking good, folks. Nice job on the follow through. Oh, wow. Look at this day. Nice follow through. VIX, bear flag on VIX. Looks good. Bear flag on VIX. Shopify approving a 10-to-1 stock split on Shopify. Shopify approving a 10-to-1 stock split. It's hard to believe where this stock has come from. It's hard to believe this is a $1,700 stock. Shopify 10-to-1.
Yellen says semiconductors are an important national security issue as well as an economic one.
Nice follow through. Facebook looks good. All right, all of these are rallying. We got 3 more days of trading, including today for Microsoft, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Nvidia. Everything looking good. Veru trying to take out that 16 level. Thankfully, we have a bunch of doctors in the trading room that stick their head out every once in a while. Mikey and Frank. I'm not sure who else is a doctor.
Yellen says about a third of US inflation is a result of new and used cars, all due to short
Helping us decipher the doctor language during the day. I really appreciate that. Okay, so supply shifted higher to 4140. All right, so we're doing a nice job today. Shopify going to split 10 for 1. Maybe I'll buy my kids some of these, some Shopify. Canadian company. I like Shopify. All right. Okay, what's Veru doing? Veru, what are you doing, Veru? Veru backing off a little bit, higher low, looking for a higher high and a pop above 16 on Veru. Roblox continues to go. Roblox, RBLX. Roblox looking for a pop towards the 50-day moving average. All right, Tesla. All right, what's the airlines doing? Some comments this morning about shorts on the airlines. Shorts on the airlines. Maybe once it gets up to the 50-day. I see American right here. You mentioned it earlier, Prism. Maybe if it gets up to the 50-day, I'm looking for a rejection there. SoFi, looking for a follow-through in SoFi. Okay. All right, SPY continuation. SPY looking good. All right, so if we get a bullish engulfing candle that'll engulf all the bodies of these candles, that would be very bullish. RSI is above 50. MACD is above its signal line. Stochastics embedded. Volume has been tapering off on this range-bound action, which is actually good. On any pop, we want to see above average volume. So looking for above average volume. Okay, remember the AAII bull-bear ratio has turned. Okay, you cannot ignore this. Okay, because the benefit of the doubt goes to the bulls until we see this turn back down. We saw that in 2009. Okay, we had a little pop, and then we dropped off mid-year. People were still nervous about the markets at the time. All right, watching SPY here. Maybe take a little profits off on SPY. Okay, what's that up there? What is that up there? VIX is trying to hold up. So anyway, this is very bullish. All right, so that's a change in character that we haven't seen since the beginning of the year. Right before the beginning of the year, people started getting bearish. Okay, and then the bearish flow just continued into the month of May and now into June. This is turning higher. That's a big deal. Okay, one chart. Just keep in mind it's one chart. So we want to see more charts giving us confirmation. For now, we're having a pretty decent day off the lows here. So if you bought at the lows this morning, I originally was going to think about taking a long here for a bet, but I thought better of it. I waited until after 10 a.m. We got a better bounce here at VWAP. Volume picked up. That was a good sign, and we pulled away from VWAP. VWAP is still positive, so we're looking for a follow-through. Most stocks look pretty bullish. All right, looks like we're going to keep going. All right, so it's going to be one of those days. All right, shorts covering all morning. All right, calls and puts are still pretty much even, Steven. All right, the overall market is bullish. The overall options market summary is bullish. We're right in the middle of supply and demand up here at 4140, 4136. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see, what time is it? It's only 11 o'clock. Shit, it feels like 10. It feels like 12 o'clock, doesn't it? Yeah, it does to me too. Okay, so I mentioned over the last few days that I want my kids to benefit from the Amazon split. Okay, they have 25 shares now, 25 shares. I put that into their Coverdell account, so they probably won't touch it for the next couple of years. I'm anticipating that Amazon's going to be at least a double from here. I'd love to see a quadruple or a 10 bagger. 10 bagger from this level would give us 1,200. I think Amazon could see eventually, not in the short term. Short term, there's a lot of headwinds to deal with. We got recession on everybody's mind. But for my kids, I mean, for $122 stock, we bought one share before the split. They had 20 after the split. I add 5 yesterday. So I'm looking for Amazon to continue higher. It could pull back. Amazon could pull back all the way to this 102 level. I'd still be very bullish for my kids. I have a longer term horizon for them. 3 years for my daughter and 8 years for my son. So he'll be sitting pretty. She'll be fine as well, at least for the first 2 to 3 years of tuition. Hopefully, if Amazon continues to perform over the next couple of years, that'll be funded. Their accounts will be covered for college if they decide to go. My son is starting to really like what he's seeing with trading. I do want him to get an education, though, even though it's very liberal at the colleges. You know, they teach all kind of crazy stuff. I love the new woke mentality. A woman can have a penis. That's a good one. That's a new one on me. Anyway, if I offend you, I don't mean to. It's just hard for this old dog to understand where the woke mentality is going. We're watching SPY right now. Amazon, let me see what Amazon looks like. Okay, so it's going to take the weekly update. It'll take the end of this week for a price action update on my fast graph so I can get some fundamental analysis on Amazon. Okay. Looking good, building higher highs, higher lows, pulling away from a bullish VWAP, tilted up and to the right. Flat VWAP, you tend to see price action above and below. Upward sloping VWAP, we want to see that VWAP continue to move higher. That would tell us that that institutions are picking up shares in Amazon. There were some very deep in the money call options on Amazon, most likely want to get filled. Institutions probably want to get filled. All right, NVIDIA. All right, so everything is flagging at the moment. So watch your profits. Don't let it go. Don't let it go green to red. I don't expect price is going to go straight up to the moon. All right, so we're going to get some back and fill. Hate those guys back and fill, but they are necessary. The two of them are necessary. SPY. So a little pullback right now. Running into supply. Supply and demand is all around price action right now on the futures. Deltas are still positive at 12,000 plus. Your delta might be a little different than mine. Depends on when your book map starts today. Click that little gear icon right below the price ladder and adjust your open. Some of you out on the West Coast will have different numbers, but the gist of it is, are we positive or negative? Are we sloping higher, sloping lower on the deltas? Deltas are showing aggressive buyers up until the last 2 minutes. And we're seeing a little profit taking now. Do we come back a little bit? Does it make sense to take some puts? Maybe. All right, Costco trying to go green on the day. Dollar Tree looks pretty good. Let's take a look at Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree looks very bullish on the 2-minute chart. All right, Dollar Tree looks like a buy. It held up very well yesterday. Dollar Tree held up well yesterday. Looks like a nice long. Dollar Tree. Stop 158. Stop at the 200 days, 50 days at 159, 59, 30. All right, RSI is above 50 on Dollar Tree. Looks like we're going to keep going, SPY. All right, let's see, SPY. SPY with a GTFO signal. SPY with a GTFO. Get the frick out.
Yeah, it says US revenue effect of the one reports could be slightly positive or negative depending on final details.
All right, Dollar Tree looks good. Dollar Tree. All right, a little bit more. You guys are tripping. Anna, you're crazy. All right, so looking for SPY to follow through. Supply and demand is wrapped around price on futures. You guys are nuts. All right, watching SPY. Deltas are still very positive. We're faded there for a little bit, but we got supply and demand wrapped around price literally within a handle either side. All right, so looking for SPY to continue higher here. Take the opportunity to take some profits off. If you've been sitting on losses for a couple of days and you're now on a profit, maybe take a little bit of your profits off and let a trailer run. Okay, still not convinced we're going to break above this this range. 417 is the top of the range on SPY. 417 is the range on top of SPY. Okay, so we got to get above 417. 407, 417, 10 handle range today. We tested 407 this morning, 407.50 or so. All right, so we tested that low. Now we're moving back up to the high. If this turns out to be a bullish engulfing candle, we could see the 50-day pretty quick. Just watching Bookmap because right now it's a little difficult. Watching VIX here too. VIX. Big cap oil stocks. Can't go wrong with those. Oxy, Chevron, all of these doing well. Chevron, ConocoPhillips, XLE. Okay, the refiners like PBF, the refiners, and Valero. These all have just kicked ass over the last 3 months. Since the March breakout, when these first appeared on the watch list, these continue to rip higher. Valero and PBF Energy refiner. Petrobras Brazil looking for it to break above 1450 at some point. Oinoke, the natural gas play. Oinoke continues. Oinoke is an Indian name, right? Oinoke. Let me just check this. Okay, Oklahoma Natural Gas Company, Oinoke. One Oak, cool. One Oak. All right, still more supply affecting price. Looking for a follow through. Okay, so I see steel names being mentioned in the trading room. U.S. Steel looks good. Cleveland Cliffs. Okay, these look like they're going to turn the corner. Cleveland Cliffs and Steel Dynamics. Still like Nucor the best. Nucor. Yeah, these all look good. TX. Ternium Steel. Yeah. Oh, Lordy. Oh. That was Dean Martin, right? Dean Martin, Volare. Domenico Mudungno.
Yeah, and it says I would work with Congress to ensure that benefits and tax credits will still be available after global financial
Dean
crisis.
Martin, yeah. Dean Martin, yes.
Also saying from Trafigura CEO saying we will probably see oil demand destruction by the year end.
Yeah, Tony Clifton had a nice version too. Domenico Modugno. I don't know how to pronounce that. I guess that's, I hope I'm not beating it up. Though the song is entirely sung in Italian, oh Laurie, great song, great song. Yeah, I remember that as a kid. My dad would always sing it. Okay, cool. All right, there goes SPY. All right, the steel stocks look really good. I like Ternium because it's above the 50-day. I like Nucor. It's above the 21-day, but I'd love to see it above the 50-day. Let's see, Steel Dynamics. All right, steel stocks look good. Whoa, Lordy. Whoa. Yeah, I remember that song. Really, really. Dean Martin used to sing that. You know, that was good music, good music.
Trafigura CEO says I see $150 barrel oil price as a realistic number. It could go higher.
Brings back good memories. Yep. Fly me to the moon. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Thank you, Lee Star, for making that comment. Very nice. Okay, nice breakout coming here. All right, so we get above 4150. That's the last of supply. Above 4150. Yep.
Seen from WTO spokesperson saying that there's growing cautious optimism on achieving results at next week's ministerial meeting. Yellen says oil production is as profitable as it is, higher prices provide incentives.
All right, looking for that breakout. We need to get above supply. Supply up there at 41.50. We need to clear 41.50.
Trafigura CEO says Russian oil business
Vero.
6% of company total.
I like scorpions. I like scorpions. Judas Priest, yeah. It's on my playlist.
Yellen says US is involved in extremely active discussions with Europeans in the revenue Russia can get from selling oil.
All right, we're looking for a push through this supply.
Yellen says the objective is to limit the revenue going to Russia and keep oil flowing into the global market.
Yeah, the DA in San Francisco is trying to be recalled. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Okay, so supply is still meeting, price is meeting supply resistance. Target, looking for a higher low here. We're just printing a higher low. Okay, roadblocks, looking for a higher high. Okay, VIX still drifting lower. The British pound, a little bounce on the Boris Johnson victory, if you want to call it that. Not sure why financial media wants to cover it so much. I don't know how it affects us so much. All right, so I can't get that out of my head now. All right, just watching stocks right now, just consolidating. They're not selling off, they're consolidating. Let's see what Chewy is doing. Chewy not following through. Chewy, I might take this off flat. I'll give it a little bit more time. Chewy's probably gonna head for the 50-day. Chewy, looking for this to pop. Yeah.
Says the Biden administration is working to promote building of affordable housing, and lack of it is one of the most serious and growing challenges we have.
All right, so could fit see a fade here from the highs. Deltas are still positive, but fading into the lunch hour. If you're thinking about puts, looks like we could lose this level here, back down the VWAP. Maybe back down the VWAP. Let's see what's working. Let's see what's working here. Take two, taking over the top spot. Note the wicks on the top of these candles. Okay, steel stocks look pretty good. Apache going, Moderna, nice follow through. Oh, what did Novavax? Novavax, what happened with Novavax? It was halted there for a while. Is Novavax still halted? Excuse me. So Corey, Westlake, that's near Calabasas, right? You're west of Calabasas and Bell Canyon, Oak Park, that area. Yeah, I know that area. And you're just north of Malibu. All right, watching SPY here. All right, SPY still drifting here. Looks like a bearish flow for now. Bearish flow for now. Okay, so if you got your gains, lock them in. SPY is still more calls than puts at the moment. Mostly bullish flow on the market, net flow. Looking for a higher low to print. Looking for a higher low to print. Okay, so 4140 is the area where supply was the greatest. We couldn't get through that area, so now we're drifting back lower, looking for some buyers. Profit takers, looks like SPY could see some downside from here. SPY. Large ranges, not unusual. We see a little pullback. We're flat on the day. We're just barely green. Okay, so we took back all of those losses pre-market and went green. We're plus 350, 3.5 handles. If the bulls can manage to push this a bit higher, that would be great. So what happened with Novavax? I think I just asked that question. Novavax, let's see. Let me just go check here. Novavax. Okay, Novavax is pushing higher right here. Oh, it's still halted? Okay, it's still halted. Okay. All right, so it looks like the FDA expert panel weighs in on the Novavax vaccine. That's at 11 o'clock. All right, this morning we had Novavax gapping up. All right, SPY still drifting a bit lower. All right, VIX is trying to turn the corner. Looking for a higher low. Watching VIX closely. VIX is at yesterday's closing low. We just tested yesterday's low. Let's go take a look at VIX. VIX isn't moving that much. You're absolutely right. We have a major expiration next Wednesday. That's also FOMC. Okay, so next week on the 15th of June, we have a major VIX expiration for the month. And we have FOMC. So if VIX doesn't move that much, it means that people could be getting a little complacent. Could also mean that they're fully hedged or don't need much more protection. Watch VIX for rollover. If VIX rolls over, SPY, I would rather SPY be at VWAP for a bounce. Just watch SPY for volume to come in. That'll be a clue. All right, here's VIX. VIX trying to bounce. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it could be worse, right? It could be a lot worse. Oh yeah, Carpenters or Captain and Tennille. You know, when I was a kid, I was walking through the French Quarter. I looked in a what you would call a bar, I guess, but there was Fleetwood Mac back in the day, Jefferson Airplane, Fleetwood Mac. I didn't know it until later. That's who was playing in the bar.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Small club in New Orleans, over by Cafe Du Monde in the wharf area right over there. back in the day. All right, so we're still fading here. Some supply, just overhead, pushing prices a bit lower. Generac, looking for a follow through in Generac. Generac, nice follow through on Generac. Oh, SPY. We got to get above. We need to get rid of this wick on this candle, and we need to get above 417. Okay, so that would be 10 handles, another 10 handles, and our ATR is just below 950. Okay, from the low. All right, so 416 maybe. That would be the full ATR. That'd be a full ATR. 416, maybe we get 416. If we got above 417, that would definitely tell you the bulls are in control. For now, though, we're still consolidating in this area for the last 7 trading days. Okay, we want to stay above the 9 and 21 day, give them a chance to head towards the 50 day. Okay, we're fading right now. Still fading. SPY puts still working. Okay, looking for deltas to start rising again.
Says it cannot be the case that the bulk of inflation we are experiencing was caused by
VIX needs to roll over. Okay, I'm looking for buyers here at VWAP. If they don't show up, then we could drop below VWAP. Okay, VWAP is starting to flatten out. This was bullish into the day, so respect the bullish trend for now. If it gets down to VWAP at 411 and we see bullish volume start to come in, that would be a good sign for SPY on the long side. If we can't, and we continue to fade, watch VIX, watch RSI as well. Okay, watching the volume here.
US envoy North Korea says no indication that it's interested in engagement. US has made it clear it is willing to address the issues of concern. North Korea shows interest in IDN diplomatic path. US believes North Korea is preparing to conduct a 7th nuclear test. North Korean officials have used rhetoric that will suggest plans to use active nuclear weapons. According to US Special Representative of North Korea, Kim, Korea can conduct North Korea could conduct a nuclear test at any time. The US hopes China will be more forthcoming in assisting in North Korea's denuclearization efforts. US envoy says the US remains willing to engage with North Korea without preconditions. Envoy says US and allies would respond quickly to a nuclear test.
All right, Vero's still on the list. Vero's above 16. Vero's on the most active lists. Vero's still going. Okay, looking for a bounce here on SPY. Looking for a bounce. Okay, shy of VWAP. Watch the volume here. Watch the volume. SPY volume here at VWAP. All right, SPY. What do I want to do here? Okay, it's 11:30. 1133. All the FANG stocks are starting to bounce now. Shorts covering. Watch DD Global. All right, no follow through yet. Still another bear flag coming back down the VWAP most likely. Watch the volume. VIX is trying to hold this level, trying to hold on to the 25 handle. VIX.
Yellen says, I do see the growth inflation as reflecting demand and supply factors. Yellen also cites huge supply problems.
Apple looking for a bounce here at VWAP. Apple at VWAP. Okay, watch the volume here as well. Apple, 6% of the weight of the S&P 500 is Apple. Got a nice little dip here. I like waiting. If you missed the morning rush from that low at 144.10, if you missed that morning rush, you still have an opportunity afternoon, between noon, this time of day, and say 2 o'clock, where you look for a higher low. You can see over here, we just drifted lower. Let me go out a few more days. Let me go out 5 days and go to the 10-minute chart so you see a little bit more action. Okay, so we got a move lower and a push higher this morning. All right, so over here, got a move lower and a push higher, closing at the high of the day last week. Okay, so what's that? Thursday? Thursday, you had a move lower, very similar to what happened today, and then a push higher. VWAP continues to rise. So you're watching VWAP on Apple. If it continues to rise, some similarities you can see here. Volume is higher than normal. If you look over here at Thursday, Friday was a flat day. Yesterday was so-so. Descending VWAP. Today we got upsloping VWAP. So the chances are we're going to be more similar to Thursday's price action on Apple. So I'd look for a bounce on Apple at some point. Okay, during the lunch hour. This one just kept making higher highs and higher lows. Today we're making higher highs, higher lows. Looking for a higher low to print here on Apple. So if you missed the morning rush, look for that dip during the noon hour. You can see even on Apple on Thursday last week, we hit the highs, we came back a little bit, we went sideways, BC pivot, and then we took off to the upside. Closing higher, MOC. All right, looking for a bounce here. Awesome. That's good to hear, Stephen.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, so stocks are just listless at the moment, just fading with the indices. IWM faded as well, a little bit more so. IWM still green on the day. And we ran up against supply. We pushed supply higher. So now it's just waiting game during lunch. Just wait for those BC pivots. There's no hurry. Okay, no hurry. All right, looks like SPY might get going here. Watching Apple. Apple. All right, let's see what kind of flow we got. Apple. Yeah, we got some 180 calls trading on Apple for March of 2023. So it looks like somebody's mirroring what we saw with Nancy Pelosi's positions. All right, Apple. I might take some calls here on Apple, see if this works into the evening session. Might be a little bit too early. Volume starting to pick up on Apple. Okay, SPY looks good. SPY looks like it wants to go. All right, the 150 calls a 30 delta, maybe a 148. All right, looking at the 148s, 148 call for Friday. That's a 45 delta. Yep. Opportunity. There's a lot of 150s, most of the flow. All right, the 150 calls on Apple is seeing most of the flow today. All right, we've got 47,000, 47,000. And the Apple 150 call. All right, so we got to move here on Apple. Look for Apple and SPY to do the same thing. All right, let's go take a look at ACP. A little bit easier to follow. All right, let's follow the bouncing ball. Let's see. Apple looks good. Apple. Microsoft. Beru, SPY. What's Tesla doing? Tesla might get going here. Let's keep an eye on Tesla. Everything is starting to show the same pattern. You see that? Okay, don't forget steel stocks. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, so no follow through yet. Deltas have flattened out. Looks like the momentum is slowing. The flow in the options chains are slowing as well. MRO seeing some activity. Mosaic On the put side, Mosaic. All right, so it looks like SPY is going to come down a little bit more towards VWAP. VIX is hanging in there. All right, let me put VIX right here. VIX, VIX. VIX, there's SPY. And Apple. Okay. SPY 60 minutes still moving sideways in a range. For the last 7 trading days, SPY needs to either break out to the upside above 418 or below 407 to give us a direction. For now, we're just sideways, so anybody's guess what's going to happen next. We do have more positive developments. The equal weight index looks bullish. All right, starting looking a little bit better here all of a sudden. Tesla looking for a pop, looking for VIX to drop off here. Apple looking for a push. The 150 strike is very popular. I like the 148, so if we can get volume to start picking up. All right, no follow through yet. Roku, more puts on Roku, the 90 put. Let me take a look at Roku. All right, it looks like somebody's selling premium, the 90 put. Trying to change direction. Netflix, let's see what that looks like. Charter Communications. Netflix looks like it's going to roll over. Netflix looks like a short. Netflix looks like a short. All right, SPY pulling back some more. Bear flag. VIX is looks like it wants to pop here. VIX. Okay, VIX is starting to move higher. Everything else is pulling back. GameStop's +4 today. Generac +3.25. Generac. HYG is flat. Junk bonds flat. Okay, let's take a look. Junk bonds. Junk bonds still drifting a bit lower, looking for that higher low. That's eluding us for now. High yield and junk bonds still fading for the past 7 trading days. Junk bonds hit a high. High yield corporate hit a high of 79.88 and got rejected after some aggressive buying off the lows. High yield corporate debt. Let me show you what I'm looking at. HYG. All right, HYG. All right, it's been fading for the last 7 trading days, HYG. Okay, so we're looking for a higher low. Notice the volume is tapering off as we drift lower. SPY is still pulling back though. SPY is still pulling back. Futures, not a whole lot of buyers here underneath where we are currently. This could pull back a bit more aggressively. HYG. All right, VIX is on the move here.
Low ticker minus
SPY
800.
puts look like they're in order for now. SPY puts. If we lose VWAP, watch how we trade against VWAP here, SPY. We're right at VWAP right now. All right, VIX. All right, we're holding. SPY's holding right here. Watch how we handle VWAP. If we drop below VWAP, that would be bearish. Apple trying to bounce here near VWAP. VIX coming back in now. Buyers coming in, SPY. Futures, not a whole lot of supply and demand at this point in the day. It's almost 12 o'clock. Looking for B and C pivots. If you don't know what I'm talking about, whoops.
Seen from PayPal saying use this to now transfer, send and receive Bitcoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash on live.
Is Novavax, are they open yet? Novavax, Novavax. Still halted, Novavax. Novavax still halted. Okay, so Bank of America yield spread. Bank of America yield spread still drifting lower. Lower is bullish for equities. Higher is bearish for equities. You can see we're consolidating right here. Okay, so the yield spread is moderating right around 4.2. 4.2. It's been dropping for the last few weeks. You can see what it did back in 2020, which forecasted bond traders thought there was a higher risk for credit defaults. Okay, default risk was heightened back in 2020. Right now, we had been trending higher as we dropped for 8 weeks. For the last 2 weeks, we pushed higher. All right, PayPal with new news. PayPal users can now transfer, send, and receive Bitcoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, and Litecoin. All right, so this is moving lower. That's another bullish indication for the markets. Another bullish indication. Okay, it doesn't mean we're going to go straight up today. It just means that overall things are looking a little better. VIX is chopping around now. As Yoda put it, chopportunity today. Chopportunity. Watching VIX, if it drops below VWAP, watching SPY, if it drops below VWAP, I'd be more inclined to take a bearish trade down to the morning lows, potentially. Yesterday, we were below VWAP most of the day. Today, looks like we might stay above VWAP. We'll see how that goes. Okay, so we're right at VWAP right now. Watch the volume as well. RSI above. Oh, we need to make higher lows. We need to see some bullish divergence on SPY. Need to see higher lows, higher highs on RSI. Still a lot of things that could happen. It's lunchtime. Looking for B and C pivots. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you're a new member, we look for B and C pivots during the day. That's very common. We see ABCD patterns all day. Usually in the morning, you have these run-ups in the market. You can see SPY runs up. That's A right there. We're still looking for B. Looking for that B pivot around today, around this time of day, between now and 2 o'clock. We'd look for C. Okay, so get a lot of stocks. They're very strong in the morning. The reason they run up as A, when it's a bullish start to the day, price above VWAP, we have these runs higher. A lot of times they might be before 12 o'clock. Most of the time they're around 12 o'clock or early noon. So right now we're looking for a B pivot and we're looking for a volume to pick up. So we'll get that BC pivot pattern. That's what we're looking for. Apple showing the same thing. If you look at Apple, looking for similar on Apple. Apple is 6% of the weight of the S&P. Apple, 6% of the weight of the S&P. We've got VWAP right there. Volume starting to pick up on Apple. There goes SPY starting to move higher now. Maybe a long on SPY. Wow. Every cancer patient enters remission after drug trial at Memorial Sloan Kettering. Wow. Memorial Sloan Kettering, a very well-known, innovative cancer care facility. For those of you who realize or who know Sloan Kettering, that's in Manhattan. I believe they have other locations too, right? In New Jersey, Bergen County in New Jersey. Got Basking Ridge, Monmouth County. New York State, you got Westchester. Also out on the island. There's a bunch of locations out on the island. There's one near Pearl River, near the New Jersey-New York border. White Plains, there's another one. All right, Sloan Kettering, that's cool. Every cancer patient enters remission after drug trial, like Memorial Sloan Kettering. That's cool. All right, so we got a nice bounce going here on SPY. Apple doing well. Apple, the 150 calls are very active. We got about 52,000 now in Apple. Apple, Nice follow through.
We will shortly be receiving the US EIA short-term energy outlook report.
Apple looking for a follow through. All right, Amazon is 122. Do I want to buy my kids more? I'll wait a couple of days. I'll wait a couple of days.
The US EIA short-term energy outlook report is available on the feed for those who would like to read through. So just looking further into this report, the Brent crude oil spot price averaged $113 a barrel in May. We expect the Brent price will average $108 per barrel in the second half of 2022. Then fall into.
All right, VIX dropping off pretty dramatically here. VIX drops more. SPY should continue. SPY calls off a VWAP. Note the volume. Note the volume. Still a little early. We could see a little push just shy of the high. Then a little dip again for a C pivot. I like it better on a C pivot. We're at VWAP and the volume is showing up.
Can also affect Russia's oil production or the sale of Russia's oil in the global market. US EIA says that we forecast Russia's production of total liquid fuels will decline from 11.3 million barrels per day in the first quarter of 2022 to 9.3 million barrels per day in the fourth quarter of 2023. EIA says we expect OPEC crude oil production to average 29.2 million barrels per day in the second half of 2022, up 80.8 million barrels per day from the first half of 2022.
From Steve Hammer, last 5 days, incredible profits, blah, 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 who focuses on ranges. Chopportunity. So that's from HFT Alerts, Chopportunity.
Also seen from the EIA on natural gas, saying we expect the Henry Hub spot price to average 8 spot.
All right, SPY continues to push higher.
Million British thermal units in the third quarter.
Longs at the low here are working. Apple looks like it wants to keep going.
3 million British thermal units in May. US EIA says that we forecast that US liquid natural gas exports will average 11.7 billion cubic feet per day during the second quarter of 2022, as well as the third quarter of 2022, and 11.9 BCF per day for all of 2022. A 22% increase from 2021 as a result of additional US liquid natural gas.
All right, VIX sitting at the low here.
They also say US consumption of natural gas in our forecast averages 85 to
All right, it's after 12 o'clock now.
In 2022, which is up by 3% from 2021.
All right, no follow through. VIX is starting to bounce again.
Narratives that you talk about can only take a stock so far, right? At some point, it's about the margins, especially a retailer. It's about earnings. And what if it's a longer turnaround, Steph?
I think he's kitchen sinking it. That's what I believe. He has a flawless record in terms of execution. A 2% margin is horrific. Horrific, right? From 7-8% that they were guiding to just last year. So they are going to be aggressive in promotions. Aggressive. And I think they're going to be even more so than Walmart. And so I think they're going to push back on their vendors, and I wouldn't touch a vendor at this point. And in fact, you asked about other companies and who would benefit. The off-pricers are going to benefit substantially from all of this massive inventory across the board.
Yeah, we're going to get to that too. Doc, you sold your target calls. You sold your, if they were worthless, obviously. You sold your target puts as well, which you owned for about a week.
Yeah, we had strong put activity in this man. You know how Pete and I hate to bet against
NVIDIA on the call side, seeing a lot of calls on NVIDIA. The 190 strike for June and July expirations.
You look at the parking lot, Scott, and you compare them to other retailers, and it was night and day. Now, that's not saying, oh, we're brilliant. We saw that coming, and Brian's the guy that runs.
All right, SPY, no follow through yet.
That too, over, hundreds and hundreds of stores. So consumers, to Steph's point, were not willing to pay those prices. They will be willing to buy at lower prices, which will likely continue.
Back down the VWAP. SPY back down the VWAP. All right, we're losing VWAP now. It looks like we're testing VWAP.
That we're going to be seeing TJ Maxx, Kohl's, Dollar General, Dollar Tree. You're going to see all of those getting inventories from some of these majors, and those will be the ones that will be far more steady and better on the outlooks than will Target and Walmart and many of these that are stuck with these big inventories, Scott.
You mentioned your brother. In fact, we have him with us. We felt we had to talk to Pete for obvious reasons today. Yeah. He joins us right now. Peter, I don't even know. Oh, there you are. I wasn't sure if you were on the phone or if you were in front of a camera or not. John just said that you spoke with Cornell. Do you want to elaborate on that?
No, I'm not going to go too deep into that, Scott, but I did notice certain things in the last quarter. We obviously heard what the quarter was reported to us. And Steph, everybody's covered this whole thing with the inventories, right? But what I think you asked one question that I thought was very important, which was, well, how do we know it's going to happen this quarter and then things will get better? I can tell you exactly the answer to that. Brian Cornell said himself, he said, look, we are going to take this on right now, essentially saying, you know what, we've got these inventories. We essentially screwed up in this particular category, and a lot of that having to do with some of the outdoor stuff. And that was one of the biggest issues that they ran into was they had a lot of inventory in certain areas. They weren't able to sell it. Now they're going to just absolutely slash it. That's why I think you're seeing those margins go all the way down to 2%, because they're willing to be very rapid in how they work this out, get out of this, and then move on. And essentially,
SPY with a lower high, tight range here, SPY.
They see a full bounce back up towards that 5% or maybe better level. So I think that's important as well, Scott. It's not that the consumer's not there. It's not that the consumer's not buying. But the problem is they had inventories built up because this consumer was not buying specific areas in certain segments of Target. And we all know it's broken up into 5 different areas, each one about 20% of the revenue. Well, the problem is one of those really did miss, and that was the problem. Beauty was great. They got through the grocery, that was fine, but a lot of different areas like that. But there was other areas where they just had the wrong inventory. They made a mistake. They obviously got too much, and now they're going to have to fire sale it. That's why those margins will drop. but it's also why once they get through that, I think those margins very easily can get back to where they were before.
Just so we're fully transparent here, you did speak to Cornell, yeah or no?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever he told you must have made you feel better, because I'm told you bought more stock in Target this morning.
Well, I actually bought stock long before that, but this morning. But the reality is, how about this? You always look to in a stock when you've got really terrible news like this, right? It was down $15 before the opening. Then it was down 12. Then all of a sudden we started to see a resurgence. It was down 4, 5, and 6. And I thought, you know what? That reaction tells me that people are buying into this idea of, hey, look, this is a second quarter issue, not a second half issue. And I think that's what really made me say, you know what? At these levels, I think I can afford to add to it. So that's exactly what I did. It had nothing to do with any conversations or anything else. It had to do with the stock reaction that we were seeing today. And by the way, we are seeing some pretty decent volumes in the options as well, Scott, today. Usually Target's not anywhere close to the top 10. It's getting closer to the top 10 in terms of volume itself.
Yeah, Pete, I appreciate you coming on and updating us. I was interested, obviously, to hear from you. You weren't on the day of Target's earnings in the prior quarter when they really dropped that bomb on the market. So I'm glad we can catch up with you today. That's Pete Najarian there. So Jim Leventhal, you do not own the stock.
VIX looking for it to roll over. VIX.
For big box retailers that you do own, Home Depot among them. You own CVS and Tractor Supply, but the focus seems to be today on Target, Walmart, Costco, Depot, etc.
Yeah, look, I agree with what's been said so far. And, Steph, Jason, and Peter and John being in the stock, they're talking about the things like whether this is going to last 1 quarter or 2 quarters, and whether beauty products are selling highly or lowly. Actually, I don't really care too much about that. The strongest implication, Scott, not just for the retail sector, but the markets overall, is that inventories globally and corporate-wide got too high. So what does that mean? This is macroeconomics. Inventories go too high, you cut prices. This is good for inflation. This is good for bringing down inflation and maybe taking just a little bit of oomph out of the Fed in terms of how far they need to raise the Fed funds rate. When you're out of the stock on a day like this,
they're not going to change the course of the rate hike because Target has a.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said was that this has implications for inflation. The Fed is going to react to inflation. I don't think that's an argumentative point right there. The Fed is going to react to inflation. If inflation comes down more than expected, the Fed will ease off a little bit. I'm not talking about a Fed put. I'm not talking about the Fed bailing anybody out. I am saying that for the markets overall, indications right now that inflation could be less than expected are positive for the markets, and this is a strong indication of
What about margins, right? What about margins? I feel like everybody is explaining away the margins, okay?
Yeah.
One quarter, this quarter, that quarter, this thing, that. What about the margins?
So margins are going down this quarter and probably next. I don't think we can argue with that. I mean, I think you're strongly saying that. I'm not arguing with that. And in fact, when I was on with you a week and a half ago, and I brought my S&P year-end target down to 48.50, actually 48.96 to be exact. One of the things I said was, this quarter and next, you will probably have some earnings revisions, but here's the most important point. Jobs are strong. You hear it in what Mr. Cornell is saying, that the consumer is strong. The consumer is strong because jobs are strong.
Check out MP Materials. MP Materials. That's not having a nice day today. MP having a nice day.
At Walmart, yes, at Home Depot as well.
Steph, what if you start to get a parade of earnings revisions, right? I mean, you talked about narrative a moment ago. What about the overall narrative that creates for the market? It certainly plays right into the hands of like a Mike Wilson, for example, of Morgan Stanley, who suggests the multiples come down enough in the stock market, but he's still negative because earnings haven't really come down. And earnings are the next big shoe to drop. And when that happens, then you're going to have the pullback that he's been looking for. In some cases has already happened, but he's looking for even more of one for those very reasons.
Well, I think there are certainly some industries that have margin pressure. We're witnessing it here on the big box retailers, right? But there are other companies and industries that are actually, margins are holding up remarkably well. Technology, for one, that's for sure. And number two, energy and materials, their margins are actually going higher, even in the face of higher costs, because they've got pricing power. So you really do want to focus on companies that do have pricing power. Look, You know what? Cornell screwed up. He just did, right? He didn't get the shift from goods to services. Neither did Walmart. And they were buying this stuff back in December. They should have. They should have foreseen. They should have foreseen this coming. They didn't. That is why the stock target is down 30%, and it trades at 13 times earnings. Nobody believes them now. Now it's a credibility issue. I give them credit for their past. But in terms of margins, there are going to be the haves and the have-nots. There's no question about it. Fine companies, again, pricing power. Also companies that have done a really good job in terms of restructuring their businesses over the last 3 years.
Stephanie talks so fast.
They had to rein in costs. So there are a host of them out there, but you really have to do your job in terms of fundamentals.
Oh, no, Kai of the day.
Well-made points. But Jason, the overall market, so you've got, these revisions now, or the kitchen sink, if you want to call it that, from Target. You got those revisions from Microsoft. They blamed FX. You got questions about Apple, what the quarter's going to look like because the App Store and the services business. We're just starting here, right? Are we likely to see many, many more? And is that going to have a bigger impact on where we go from here from an overall stock market standpoint?
Apache. Looking for wicks on the top of these candles.
I think obviously revisions.
Apache, no wick.
This is the beginning of revisions. I think revisions guiding lower. Obviously, inflation. We have an inflationary print later this week, and to Jimmy's point, if it comes in a little bit lower, I think that's super positive for the markets. But I take the other stance in saying, all right, well, from an inflationary standpoint,
GSK looks good.
Standpoint of monetary policy, a lot of that is baked in. The hikes in June and
All right, more buying, more selling
we'll
coming in.
have to see what happens in September. So, and if I'm looking even in the short run from June until the earnings resume, I do think there'll be more volatility that ensues, over the next couple of weeks. There's not a lot of information. There's not a lot of catalyst for the markets. Except for the kind of the macro data, and then we'll see what happens with earnings. But to your point, Scott, I do think we will guideline it. But again, we're coming off a very strong base.
Ticker minus 800.
Last year, so I think we'll continue to move through this, and I think the second half will be stronger than the first.
Should I make a quick point?
Yeah.
And this is, I think, stating what Stephanie was saying it a little bit differently, okay? The thing with margins, when margins go down, it could be the top line's going down, but in this case, we're hearing the consumer is strong. Expenses are going up, whether it's fuel. Okay, but one company's expenses is another company's revenues. So as long as the top line, as long as retail sales overall...
Very opportunity day, kind of day.
Yeah, there may be some movements in the short term around margins. There may be some short term.
GlaxoSmithKline.
Microsoft revised down by 1% because of foreign currency exchange, not because of demand. And that's the key point. If demand is hanging in there, one company's expenses, which may bring margins down, is another company's revenues.
Okay. Right. Doc, Jason Snipes said there aren't a lot of catalysts out there except from a macro standpoint. I mean, the Super Bowl's this Friday in terms of inflation watchers, right? The CPI. The risk around that is what? I mean, it feels like, I think at this point, given where the stock market has recovered to, that it's real hard to be negative ahead of that number. Because if you come in anywhere better than expected, do you think the stock market's going to go down? I mean, maybe it will, but I wouldn't bet on that.
Nor would I, Scott. I would not bet on that if, as you say, and the street, the consensus is 8.2. If we come in at between 8 and 8.2, I don't think we go down hard. But I don't think we rally. I think we hold gains, but that's not that clear sign that the Fed is looking for, as far as to see.
Okay, GSK looks good.
On the other hand, and I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but on the other hand, if we are, we've seen nat gas up over 9 now. Mm-hmm. We've seen crude oil domestically, WTI up over 120 this morning. It's back down just under that level right now. I know those aren't part of what the Fed really examines, but they can't just dismiss it. If we see a hot read on Friday, Scott, I got to say that, as I told Joe yesterday, I hope I'm wrong, but I think that we give up most of that gain that we've enjoyed in the last 2 weeks. If indeed we come in at an 8.2 to 8.4 or whatever, I think that's really negative, given that wage gains are in the 4s.
I'm looking at you. See what you tick down a list of the things that are bothersome, Natty over 934. You got crude almost 119. You got the target news. You know what the other thing is, Farmer Jim? The market's taking it all in. The market is taking it all in. Whereas before, it would have indigestion and get sick. Now it's taking it all in.
You are giving me the handoff, Scott, and I don't want to fumble it, but I'm having a hard time running with it as well because the market isn't exactly feeling good. I'm not feeling good. I would like the market to rally. You know that.
It's an unsettled market, no doubt, but what was earlier as a result of at least the target news is not.
I'll grant you.
Now,
let me not lose yards on the play. Okay. Let me at least do that. Okay.
Behind the line.
I'll grant you. You were right. We were down 1%. Target was down 8% in the pre-market, and they've both come back. There's also some other positives, and as Dr. J was talking about Natty, I was thinking to myself, and Dr. J probably will confirm this, right? Things like lumber have come down recently. Copper has come down. Crude oil is a problem, all right? The energy sector is a problem, but there are other positives out there. Scott, that's the point you're making, and I will run up the gut with this, all right? There are positives that the market till now has been ignoring. And I think that if you possibly get a better, maybe even a 7 handle on Friday's CPI number, the headline year over year, the market would rip on that. No question about it.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Energy, we're just speaking about it. Continues. Jim Biggenthal says energy, high oil remains a problem. It doesn't remain a problem for those who are invested in energy stocks because they've done quite well. And the word on the street is that it's going to continue. We'll talk about that coming up next as we have some big calls in that space and we have a lot of ownership on the desk. We'll be right back.
All right. Markets are just chopping around at the moment. I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back. Watch this bear flag at VWAP. We need to hold VWAP if you're bullish. Watch VIX as well. Just slightly out of the money puts would work for protection if you think we got a downside move back to the lows this morning we saw at 407. Looking for volume to pick up and for price to bounce. But if we drop off here, looking for a retest of at least the 10 o'clock, 10:15 low. We're still producing lower highs and lower lows. We're right at VWAP. We need to hold VWAP, otherwise we could see lower prices. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
No surprise, Wall Street is still very hot on energy. Two big calls in the space today. First, Goldman Sachs raises price targets on the super majors. Exxon goes, Steph, to a 117 from 104. That's now 103. Conoco goes to 140. from 130. It's now 120. Chevron goes to 181, and the stock's sitting at 179 and change, so it's not exactly a big bump, and all of these stocks have done quite well. You have Chevron, which, if I recall correctly, just became your second largest energy position because Schlumberger just jumped it from, I think, what you told me last week in overtime.
Yes, Schlumberger is by far my biggest energy play right now. Chevron is second, and Diamondback Energy is third. I am double my benchmark weighting, so it means I'm 10% in my portfolio is energy. Very strong free cash flows. We've talked about them. Low break evens across the board. Supply and demand. Obviously, there's a huge imbalance. It's not getting better anytime soon. Valuations still are very, very attractive. And I think what you're going to see is earnings revisions going higher. And these companies have pricing power. So Chevron, I kind of barbell it. I mean, Chevron is kind of the big, boring play, right? And integrated, and it's got a good dividend, good assets, tons of free cash flow. Keep buying back a lot of stock. I think they can get to a $5 billion buyback. Schlumberger is my hidden technology play. They make their customers more efficient and talk about pricing power and margins. Margins have gone up for 7 straight quarters in a row for Schlumberger, and they're going to be up 200 basis points this year, according to guidance. And then Diamondback, they are doing some fun things in terms of what their free cash flow, special dividends. It now yields 4%, and they've got very good assets. So it trades at 7 times earnings. And so I think these stocks can still be bought. And I'm using the weakness on whenever we get it to buy more.
Doc, you're a Diamondback guy. In fact, energy is your largest sector.
Yep, it is, Scott, and it has been all year. And to give you an idea, Peabody Energy, for instance, now this is more of a coal play, but nonetheless, Peabody, Patterson Energy, Comsol, these are up between 70 and 180% this year. To your point, I joined Steph and Bryn Talkington in FANG and in Venom. Those are 2 stocks, VNOM and FANG, that are really involved, of course, in fracking. But there are so many energy plays, and I don't disagree with Steph about the people that go out with technology to help get more energy out of the ground, whether it's Halliburton or Schlumberger or a host of others, National Oil, Wells Fargo. I own almost all of them. And, that's my favorite part of the portfolio, without a doubt.
Jason Snipe, you go broad XLE, but you also have Chevron.
Well, obviously, I mean, energy has grown tremendously this year. It's up 60% year to date. Chevron's been the fully integrated name that we like. As Steph mentioned, great dividend, strong free cash flow. I mean, revenue was up 70% last quarter. So energy, we've been market weight this year. I mean, we missed a little bit of the run up. But I do agree that, if you're looking at oil, crude as a proxy and nat gas, like we talked about earlier, these names have more room to run. So I think you can buy them on any pullbacks.
52-week highs. ConocoPhillips, Marathon Petroleum, Valero, 66. Apache, Jim, you have Kinder Morgan. You don't own Marathon anymore, right?
Not anymore. I sold it a few weeks ago. Wish I'd held on to it, but it had done so well for me that I decided a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. What I own, Scott, I've kind of got a barbell approach here. I've got Kinder Morgan, which is a nice dividend play, and to the whole natural gas discussion that we were having, about 3/4 of their business is natural gas. So I really like that one. But my sort of sleeper for the next couple of years is Transocean. I will admit, last summer I bought this as more of a trade, but as I think about this supply-demand imbalance, we're going to be drilling everywhere. The rigs that Transocean has cold stacked are going to come out of cold stack. Their new builds on order are going to get immediately put into production and at higher and continually rising day rates. So I really like Transocean here.
All right. Coming up, a reminder, June 22nd, do not miss a new CNBC documentary with David Faber, ExxonMobil at the Crossroads. That's Wednesday, June 22nd, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on CNBC. Straight ahead, a list of the cheapest stocks in the market right now. We'll see if the committee thinks you should buy any of them. We ran a stock screener on that. You might be surprised, too, by some of the names when we come back.
right, we're holding this level pretty well. 411, 412. Need to get back above 412. Apple trying to bounce.
Oh, I'm Contessa Brewer. Here's our CNBC News update at this hour. Mexican President López Obrador will not attend the Summit of the Americas this week in Los Angeles because President Biden did not invite Cuba, Venezuela, or Nicaragua to the event, he says. According to the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, the administration is not really surprised by that decision, but she says the president wanted to take a principled stand on the human rights abuses of those three authoritarian countries. The president of Mexico will visit Washington in next month. A Florida mother is charged with manslaughter after her 2-year-old son fatally shot her husband in the back. According to authorities, Maria Ayala failed to properly secure a Glock handgun, which the boy used then to shoot his dad. And today is an election night in America. Primary voters in 7 states are voting on their party's candidates for the House and statewide offices, including gubernatorial races in New Mexico and South Dakota, and a mayoral race in Los Angeles. Those results, of course, will shape the landscape for the midterm elections this fall. Scott?
Contessa Brewer, thank you so much. All right, CNBC Pro ran a screen of the cheapest stocks in the market right now. That's what we were looking for. Here's the criteria today. Cheap relative to the market, cheap relative to history, and earnings holding up. And the winner was Ford, letter F. Jim Leventhal, I go to you first, of course, because you are the biggest supporter of General Motors on this program. You do not own Ford. I'm just wondering what you think about this result relative to your holding in your portfolio.
Yeah, I like Ford. I like GM better because of the autonomous vehicle, but I like what Ford is doing with the electric vehicle business. I like what both of them are doing. Now, the electric vehicle business, and in GM's case, autonomous vehicles, is why both stocks deserve to have higher multiples than 6 to 7, which is their historical range. That, plus the legacy business that right now for both companies, but Ford also, is going through a high demand, low supply context in which prices are high and their balance sheets are really getting clean. So these stocks should do well for the foreseeable future, unless you see a recession. I've been consistent in saying I don't see one coming.
Yes, you have. Now, 2 stocks on this list that would never have been on this list if not for pullbacks, especially Netflix. Jason Snipe owns Netflix. Remember, cheap relative to history. Cheap relative to the market, I mean, too, but the one that pops out is cheap relative to history. Netflix would never have been on this list. Now it is. Snipe?
100%, Scott. I mean, Netflix is down almost 70% year to date, and they really need to figure out this password sharing business and how they're going to monetize that. Also, exploring, obviously, this ad-supported vertical that I think could be accretive to the balance sheet. But I think as it relates to Netflix, I've been underway for quite some time. It's a very fragmented business. Streaming is tough to really grow in. But as an incumbent in this space, I think there is an opportunity. But Netflix obviously wouldn't be on the list as you described, Scott, earlier. I'm more interested in a name like Qualcomm, which is trading at almost 11 times forward. Diversifying their business really has done well, and I think the semi industry, which is just going to be a part of our lives for years to come. I would look to Qualcomm over at Netflix here.
It is on the list, so I'm glad you mentioned it. Which Jimmy's smiling, listening to you talk about it because he owns it too.
Yeah, look, I'm glad I'm with Snipe on this one. Love it when I'm in the same name as him. The stock deserves a 20 multiple. Why? Because of the growth rate of earnings and the diversity of earnings, which Jason just talked about. Deserves a 20 multiple. That would put it up by around 230 by year end.
Steph, Freeport's on the list. You've been buying some more of that recently, haven't you?
Yes, I have been. It fell 20% after it reported, and the report was a really good number. But this is all about the copper market and it being tight and them having leverage to copper. For every 10% increase in copper, that's 15% to EBITDA. So they're generating it's another story that's generating enormous free cash flow, and they're actually paying down debt, which I really like to see, and they've increased their dividend as well. So number one player in the space on sale at 11.3 times earnings.
Doc, D.R. Horton, and Lennar make the list. You own those, and at least calls in both?
Yeah, and obviously the impediment or the speed, if you will, Scott, is higher rates that consumers.
All right, SPY pushing a bit higher.
For mortgages and so forth. But the margins for homes are still sky high because the inventory is so low. Again, supply and demand. You've got a lot more demand, even at these higher prices that people have to pay on mortgages, than you have a supply out there. So I think both of those continue to benefit from that. If we do see a flattening out of interest rates, which is one of the things that I'm hoping to see in the second half of the year, then I think these both work really well.
Okay. By the way, you can see the full list of the cheapest stocks in the market according to our screen. You can go to cnbc.com/pro and find them there. Bank stocks down 10% this year. Now, one firm says recession risks are not priced into that.
SPY looks like it could rally back up to 413.25, 413.50. NYMO's at 38, plus 38. All right, SPY pushing a bit higher now. All right. VIX dropping off, new low of the day. VIX new low of the day. $24 handle. All right, looking for Apple to follow through. Microsoft starting to bounce.
Let's talk about the financials. They're down 10% this year. Now, UBS out with a note today, guys. It says recession risks, Jim, are not priced into bank stocks, which is interesting because if you talk to somebody like Mike Mayo, he would suggest to you like bank stocks are priced like they're pricing in a steep recession. So, and he's made that point with me before. Whether they are or they aren't, are they good buys here or not?
Well,
That's what I want to get to.
all right. So probably no surprise if you look at my list of holdings, I'm going to say they are a good buy.
Berkshire, Citi, Goldman, JPM.
Yeah, and I heard the way you phrased the question. Forgive me, Scott. I do have to say again.
Nice follow
You
through.
can be afraid of anything, right? Some people are afraid of clowns, birds are afraid of scarecrows. If you want to be afraid of a recession, go ahead. But the job market isn't indicating it, and more than that, all right, Jamie Dimon is saying that consumers and corporations have good balance sheets. Whatever he's talking about the hurricane, that's a different story. Brian Moynihan, CEO of Bank of America, saying the same thing. Jane Fraser, CEO of Citigroup, saying the same thing. All right, if you want to be afraid of a recession, go ahead. There's just no indication of it here. And in the absence of that, what you've got are banks that are generating very good cash flows with not that much credit risk, and those cash flows are being used to buy back shares, in a lot of cases below book value. That's a beautiful thing. I'm going to stick with these.
So you think these stocks, Jim, are at the mercy of where the narrative has gone?
Absolutely.
Recession, that's why they're down relative to what's actually happening. So I was going to say, well, if all that is happening the way you say, why aren't these stocks doing better?
Sentiment. I mean, you just said it. I'm just using one word, sentiment. But
All right, we're blasting higher here. There's no supply. Futures.
America, BlackRock, Goldman, PNC, XLF, and the KRE.
Yeah, so a lot of what Jimmy said is spot on. I think from a perspective, just from sentiment and obviously just kind of looking at the overall market and looking at balance sheets and the
All right,
consumer,
Chipper,
the health of the
800.
consumer. Obviously financials haven't done as well this year. They were great last year. I think there is an opportunity here, and I think if you look at QT and the macro environment, where obviously QT is underway, interest rate hikes, sensitive to the balance sheet and obviously what's going on with rate. I think this is an opportunity. I think regionals could play well here.
Apple, nice bounce there. Apple.
Money center banks, I think, can play well here. So yeah, I like them a little bit better than the investment banks here, but I think some of these banks could do well here.
Steph, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley.
CVX, lots of calls on CVX. CVX, the 180 calls, CVX.
Well, they've been
Dare I say value traps? They've just been disappointments.
They have been disappointing so far this year, but they were wonderful performers, outperformers last year. I mean, Wells Fargo was up 63% last year. So
CVX, the 180 calls are active. There goes SPY, blasting higher.
But that's my favorite. It's the most rate sensitive. So for every 50 basis point change in the Fed funds,
Apple, Microsoft,
to earnings and 7% to NII.
turning higher. Generac turning higher.
To higher rates. And I think the Fed is going to go 50 in September as well. So I think that setup for Wells trading at 1x book is very attractive. I mean, Morgan Stanley is now yielding 3.3%.
Tesla. Okay, CVX more. Valero calls now.
At 20% or higher. So I like what they're doing on the M&A front. And then B&A also is kind of rate sensitive, but also they've done such a good job in terms of technology spend over the last decade. And their costs were actually guided for flat this year when everybody else's costs were going sky high. So I like that one as well.
Valero, the September monthlies are going now, the 175s.
Even somebody who owns them, and that's you. And you have calls in Bank of America, BNY Mellon, and JP Morgan, and Wells Fargo, and the XLF, but you don't see a big reason to buy these things today, do you?
No, I don't, Scott. Although I did like the Bank of America news better than any of those others that you named that I do own calls in, and primarily because credit card spending is up, I think, 13% in the last year-over-year period that they reported. Now we'll see what the next one looks like. But obviously, that's an area that Bank of America really does bank money on. And I think that will continue as consumers draw down on their savings. They'll be forced to use credit cards more and more.
Yeah, and they are. All right, Doc has unusual activity just ahead, plus all of June. We are celebrating Pride Month here at CNBC. Here is our senior field producer, Chris DeLella.
My advice to the community, especially LGBTQ youth, is to stay true to yourself.
SPY continues to follow through. Got a little bit of selling right there. A little bit of supply here at 41.30. Aggressive buyers, though, continue to show up. ABCD patterns are what we're looking for. So that could be a B pivot right there at VWAP. The second test of VWAP could be a B pivot. All right. So that's what I'm looking at the moment. VIX is at the lows. Apple trying to push tight Bollinger Bands. Looking for those Bollinger Bands to open up. Apple. Okay, squeeze on Apple. Let's look at the 2-minute as well. 2-minute. Looks good. Pressures to the upside. RSI is rising. VWAP, MACD pushing higher. Let's look at the hourly chart. Okay, hourly squeeze. A little bit. Let's look at the daily squeeze. Okay, we are squeezing together. So Apple could stay in this range for a while between 138 and 154. For now, it looks like we're going to come up and maybe test the upper Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands are inside the Keltner channel. Okay, double volleys, consolidating, weekly time frame. Okay, coming off the lower bands on Apple Weekly. Coming off the lower bands, looking for a follow-through SPY continuation. All right, let's see what's working still. Apache still working, is up 6%. Apache, there's very little wick on the top of that candle telling you that strength persists. ExxonMobil, same pattern, same candle. Valero, same thing. Nucor Steel. All right, Nucor looks really good. Let me buy some Nucor. I'm going to buy some Nucor. It's at the high of the day right now, so I'll wait. Maybe I'll put a limit order in on Nucor. Ternium Steel also looks good. Ternium is above the 50-day. Ternium, fairly thin trade. Let's go look at steel stocks real quick. Steel stocks are in play today. That was noted by Brother Bill earlier. All right, so Cleveland Cliffs looks good at 23. We should get above 24 this time. RSI is rising back to 50. Cleveland Cliff. Okay, so we're trying to, all right, the 9 and 21 day have crossed. 9's crossed up through the 200 day. The 21 day is above the 200 day. Well, let's see what else we've got here. Let me go edit this list and change the style to the daily default. Default, where are you? Default, there you are. Default. Okay, let's look at these. All right, all these energy stocks, all of these, all of these steel stocks. I keep thinking energy. Steel stocks look good. Nucor Steel, Reliance Steel, Vale, Zeus Steel. Zeus looks good. Clearing. All right, so it looks like the steel stocks are going to follow through. U.S. Steel at 25, trying to push higher. Timken Steel breaking out. Timken Steel. Steel stocks are in play. Most likely will continue. Let's see the weekly here. We've got a nice little dip breaking out. You've got about a $7 measure move. So 32, 33, something like that. Temkin. All right, SPY continuation. Ryerson Steel, Schnitzer. They break down steel structures and reuse, recycle ferrous and non-ferrous metals. This looks really good. This looks like it's got a nice ATR there, $2 and change. It's up $1.48. Van Ector Steel ETF SLX. All right, that looks really good. I'm going to buy some SLX instead of individual names, SLX. Not much in the way of calls. Maybe let's see what they got. December. A little open interest in December. So just buy shares, it looks like. Yeah. July. Yeah, nobody's trading that. Let's take a look at another. Reliance.
And last month's 20% dealer allotment was below average. The auction faces event risk from May CPI data due on Friday that could alter expectations for Fed rate hikes.
Steel index is on the move as well.
The latest CFTC positioning data shows the state's latest were net short 218,000 5-year notices, a source of covering demand.
All right, SLX, the steel ETF. Looks good. I might buy some Cleveland Cliff here. Cleveland Cliff. CLF. Let me check the fundamentals on Cleveland Cliff. CLF. CLF is breaking higher right here. Cleveland Cliff. That's trading at a discount to earnings. Cleveland Cliff. Steel stocks are in play. Cleveland Cliffs. All right, I bought that. Okay, you can see that Cleveland Cliff's playing trading at a discount to EBITDA, trading 2.4 times versus 8 times, and adjusted operating earnings trading at a discount 4 times versus 15 times. It's one of the reasons why Jimmy likes it, I guess.
So 5 minutes away now for the top option hour, and we're going to get the US selling $44 billion in 3-year notes.
All right, U.S. Steel. The steel stocks look good.
High yield at 2.809%. So again, just a note from JP Morgan strategist ahead of this auction. As I see the auction as being digested smoothly with a cheap valuation and recent moves higher in the treasury yield, as well as investors continuing to use the auction for liquidity. Also citing the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows the speculators were net short 218,000 5-year note futures.
Let's see, Cleveland Cliff. Are a little selling at the highs. Cleveland Cliff has a $1.30 ATR. All right, so Cleveland Cliff looking for a follow through. All right, so steel stocks. All right, VIX trying to turn the corner. Cleveland Cliffs pushing a bit higher. Cleveland Cliffs continuation.
We should be receiving the results of the 3-year notes auction. The treasuries when issued due at the top of the hour.
All right, we need to get above 4140 now. There's a little supply here, about 40,000 contracts overhead. Total, we got about 100,000 contracts between 4126 and 4140. Above 4140, supply tapers off. We could see a blast higher right now. All right, Cleveland Cliff looking good. So we could see 2650 probably in the next couple of weeks. All right, futures looking for another push higher. Need to see a move above that 4140 area. Deltas are flat for now. Cleveland Cliff still looking very good here. Cleveland Cliff. Let's see if there is any option flow on Cleveland Cliff. CLF, Cleveland Cliff. All right, so mostly calls today, the 23s, the 22s, July, October, mostly July and October. The 23s seem to be very popular. Total, we've got about 4,000 contracts have traded today on Cleveland Cliff at various strikes from 20 all the way up to 30. The biggest action on Cleveland Cliff is the 30 strike. I don't see what they're looking at. They might be selling some premium. The 30 strike, 17 cents on July. Let me take a look at that. I think that's probably a pretty low bet. July 15th, 2000 have traded there. The 30 strike. 30 strike. 2000. That's a 10 delta. There's no way in hell we're getting to 30. But they could increase a bit in value. For every dollar higher with Cleveland Cliff, you might get 10 cents on the options. So you'd have to trade it big. I prefer something closer to the money on Cleveland Cliff, like the July 24s are just a little bit out of the money. They're $1.66. All right, on the dip right here. All right, SPY looks like it wants to keep going. Cleveland Cliff. All right, so that looks good. Cleveland Cliff. All right, let's go back. Let's see what is working now into the evening session. Calls are still doing better than puts. Moderna, is Novavax open yet? Novavax is still halted. Novavax still halted. Damn. Moderna having a good day. Moderna's up 4%. Moderna plus 4.24%. Moderna's up 4.36%. SPY about to take out 413. All right, if you have calls, you should be doing well. All right, so we've got supply is thinning out. You gonna ride the bike? There goes the sun down the street. Yeah, I'm gonna put some WD-40 on that sucker. Okay, SPY continuation looks good here, SPY. All right, looking very good here, folks. Supply is thinning out overhead. Supply thinning out. Apple looking good. Pressing the highs. Those 150 calls were very active. Apple, Microsoft, VIX dropping off here. There goes SPY. All right, we're about to test the highs this morning. VIX dropping off. Okay, Moderna at the high of the day here. Target, new highs. Nope, not new highs yet. So we're turning the corner though. The high of the day for Target was 158 after the gap down, 158 right before 11 o'clock. Dollar Tree looks like that's going to keep going. Dollar Tree, I like it. Dollar Tree will buy a lot of merchandise from Target for its inventory. What's TJ Maxx look like? TJ, I'm looking at a different screen, so you won't see what I'm looking at. TJ Maxx. Okay, that's fine. Cleveland Cliff, though, looks very good. Cleveland Cliff. TJ, let's see what TJ looks like. TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx. All right, a little bit of call activity above the ask, at the ask. 65 call for October, TJ. 65 call for October. Let me look at TJ. I'm looking at a different screen, so you don't see what I'm looking at here. TJ. Cleveland Cliffs, all of the steel stocks look good. TJX. VIX still dropping off, trying to hold bear flags. TJ Maxx. All right, so it needs to get back above the 50-day. Dollar Tree does look good though. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree tomorrow. Maybe we get above 162. Stay up there. Dollar Tree. Walmart. What's Walmart doing? Walmart's looking better. Walmart. See what Rick is saying. Oh shoot. Damn it, Janet. Oh man. Why do I do that? He's probably gone already. I like Rick Santelli. He's funny as hell.
What was left was a split decision. If you look at indirects, 51.5. That was the lightest since October of 21, and that represents a very.
He used to give Rick Mark Haynes so much grief.
Direct bidders, that was very strong, the best since Dece of 19 at 23.6.
All right, IWM looks good. Jets continues higher. The airlines ETF, Target still pushing higher.
You see yields kicked up right after that auction buttoned up. And we do see that 10-year note yield along with the 5-year note yield both hovering near 3%. John? Ouch. C minus. Yeah, Charlie Brown territory. Rick, thanks. Coming up, a special consumer edition of Earnings Exchange, Campbell Soup, Crown Foreman, and Ollie's Bargain Outlet reporting results tomorrow morning. We're going to have the action, the story, and the trade on all three. But first, Bitcoin back below 30,000, losing more than half its value from its all-time high of 9,000 in November.
Target.
Next, the latest on the lawmakers who are looking to regulate crypto on Capitol Hill. The exchange is back after this. This is the exchange on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm going to grab a salad, I think, again today. Give me 2 or 3 minutes. Give me 4 minutes. I'm going to grab a salad. I'll be here with you. I just won't be on the mic.
98 counterparties take $2.091 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation. Fitch Ratings says we expect to see increasing conservatism in stablecoin portfolios, with some adopting a similar risk profile to regulated money market funds. We are noting the Fed reverse repo facility usage jumping to a record 2.09 trillion.
I'm here with you. I'm just eating a salad. I don't want to crunch in your ear. We're at supply right here, so maybe take some profits off on SPY. If we jump a little bit higher, keep some on. VIX bear flag on VIX. Looks like we could continue, but I'm watching supply. See what I mean? I have to stop eating and talking at the same time.
fighting a lot of these lawsuits as well. All right, Bloomberg's Olga Karif, thank you so much for
threatening his leadership, but the scale of a mutiny against the British Prime Minister suggests the days may be numbered. The Prime Minister survived the confidence vote by members of his own Conservative Party. Still, more than 40% of Tory MPs voted against him. Johnson now says it's time to get back to helping people with the cost of living. Hong Kong won't tighten coronavirus restrictions before the city's July 1st handover, and anniversary. That's according to Chief Executive Carrie Lam. There's been speculation that China's President Xi Jinping might attend the celebrations. Hong Kong's COVID cases have been rising since the city began rolling back social distancing curbs. In golf, Tiger Woods will not be playing at the U.S. Open next week. Woods says his body needs more time to get stronger. He does plan to play next month at the British Open, the last major tournament of the year. Woods still is recovering from a car crash last year. He pulled out of the PGA Championship in May after the third round. He walked with a noticeable limp. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
Into the price action, because you are seeing a little bit of mixed messages, I think, when it comes to the stock market. Green on the screen when it comes to the S&P 500, but take a look at this, not by much, only up 0.4%. The VIX is lower, though, dropping below that 25 handle. Does that mean the rally that we see today is a sustainable one? That's going to be a question for the equity investors. Let's take a look at these EM indexes as well, because it's not just the S&P 500, it's not just the TSX that's trading as well. You do have this entire Latin American equities complex that is actually under pressure, down 1.2%. But then take a look at this. A lot of this might simply be a function of a stronger dollar, which of course you are seeing that ripple effect. Let's take a look at the dollar yen here, which you are seeing stronger. The Japanese yen at its weakest going back to 2002, John.
And certainly one group Critty we've been watching very closely, retail stocks, after Target for the second time in 3 weeks told us that the profit story is not what it once thought it would be as they navigate through inventory realities and things like higher fuel costs. And that's not sitting well with investors and some other challenged retail stocks from 2022. Within the Dow right now, you've got Walmart and Home Depot, each down well over 1%. We're also continuing to see some weakness for Costco. So even though Target shares are right at the weakest level of the trading session, Critty, they are still one of the worst performers in the S&P 500. And coming up, we'll dive deeper into the story of the road ahead for retailers.
The road ahead for retailers, the inflationary environment, because Mark Cabana expects from the U.S. Central Bank.
Once they get rates into the range of 2 to 3%, which is their perception of nominal neutral, then they're going to probably think about slowing things down a bit. That's very consistent with our view that the Fed will be delivering 250 basis point hikes in the next two meetings, but then ultimately downshift to 25 basis points. It may disappoint a market that seems to be believing the Fed is going to go more aggressive.
But it's not just the Fed that markets expect to pursue an aggressive hiking cycle. This is a phenomenon that's going global, and you can start to see it in the fallout of currencies. Let's talk about that part of the story with Bloomberg's markets editor, and I should say the head of FX and rates, Christine Aquino. Christine, thank you as always for joining us. Overnight, we got some pretty huge news from the Reserve Bank of Australia. I keep saying Reserve Bank of Australia hiking by a much, much stronger margin than a lot of people were expecting. And the reason was simple. It was inflation. Do you start to see the rest of the world catch up with the Fed and essentially make the Fed more dovish, as Mark Cabana was pointing out, relative to the rest of the world?
There's certainly that element now that we're seeing, Critty, of, as you say, other central banks, apart from the Fed, trying to catch up really to this fight against inflation, which, again, as you mentioned, it's not just the U.S. that's facing this problem. This problem of high inflation is everywhere. In the UK, where I'm normally based, we're looking at 40-year highs for inflation as well, and it really, really is a problem everywhere. Now, I think what we're seeing in currency markets is very interesting. I think that's what Mark was also alluding to in his comments, is that it's not just a one-way bet go for currencies. It doesn't mean that if you have a central bank that's hiking aggressively, that's not necessarily an automatic driver for your currency anymore, because investors aren't just thinking about how much they're going to do, they're also thinking about whether central banks going on these aggressive tightening cycles will actually be effective against inflation that has arguably run away from a lot of central banks all over the world.
Christine, as we continue to watch, to your point, central banks making moves with higher interest rates, one question is, where does the U.S. dollar fit into that equation? Already a very strong year for the greenback.
Absolutely, John. I think that is a big question. We have seen the dollar pull back a little bit from those multi-year highs that we saw.
Okay. All right. So SPY looking for maybe a C pivot here or push higher. Steel stock's doing well today. Okay, LAC, Lithium America, seeing more action here. Lithium America. Seen a lot of calls coming across on Lithium America. Let me check that out. Lithium America, LAC. Along with ChargePoint and other stocks in the group. Nah, nothing much here. Is it LVNT? Is it? LVT. What's the live event? THM. That's LTHM. Lithium compounds, LTHM. Bouncing. ChargePoint earlier today looked good. ChargePoint. Bullish engulfing candle at the highs. 9 and 21 day, a racing to cross through the 50-day. ChargePoint. VIX still dropping off. VIX is at 24 and change, about to go into the 23 handle. If that happens, we should see maybe a continuation into tomorrow. Okay, Archer Daniel Midland, EDM, looking bullish. Looking for it to get above 50-day. Gets above 92, then you could see about a 6-point move to 98. Building the right side of a pattern. I like it. It's in a right industry group right now. Everybody concerned about food. Everybody seems to be concerned about food. Archer Daniel, of course, processes and markets agricultural commodities and processes oil seed for the food and feed industries. Archer Daniel Midland. All right, they have a 95 on their relative strength line. Company is based in Chicago. Chicago. Still thinking about Volare. Whoa. All right, VIX keeps dropping off. Looking for SPY to pop above today's highs. We need to see need to see supply taken out. We get above 41.42 or so. That should clear the way. Right now, we got about 50,000 contracts overhead from 135 up to 140, 5-handle range. If we get above 141, 142, we should see a blast higher. All right, looks like SPY wants to go here. SPY looks like it wants to go. Yeah, Jacob, that's tick strike. OVV, I like it. Nice breakout. Relative strength line at 98. Looks like we're going to break out here. Looks like SPY wants to break out. It's got to get above this level, though. Got to get above 41. 414 should help us clear. Futures should clear 41.42 first. If you're thinking about longs on SPY, we need to get above 41.42. Otherwise, this is supply right in here. Could very easily get rejected. Apple looking really good. The June 10 calls are active. Apple. The 150 strike is pretty active on the next week's price as well. 150 strike for next week is a 43 delta. Those are very active. We got 15,800. Open interest is 86,000. Open interest is 86,700. That's looking good. All right, it's got to clear this. Got to clear it. I clear this area. Nice one, Mondo. Arrow clean. 110 plus million shares over the last 2 days. SWN, Southwest Energy. Southwestern Energy. SWN looks really good. All right, SPY is holding here at this high, so it's chewing away at this supply. Got to get above 4140, 4142 for good measure. If we get above 4142, we should see a rocket higher. I would say 4170 in the cards, 4170, 417 was what we traded the other day, last week, the highs. All right, SPY is about to break out here. So the futures look like we're going to go. All right, if we can jump above 4142, we should get going here on SPY. Watching VIX is continuing to drop off here. SPY looking good. VIX still dropping off. Microsoft. All right, SPY's about to break out here. Futures specifically, 4140 is the last line. Gets above 4140 SPY. Could go. Watching very closely. Still supply until it's not. SPY keeps running up against this 413.60 level. Futures, same level. Apple holding the high of the day. Apple, the 150 call for the monthly expirations, June 17th, is pretty active. That's a 45 delta, 40 delta. All right, VIX trying to hold here. It's still trending lower. VIX is downtrend intact. SPY rejection at the highs. More cowbell. More cowbell. Thank you, Lee Star. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right, so VIX continues to trend lower. SPY is stuck at the highs. If VIX continues to slip more, look for SPY to pop. It's still patience is a virtue right now. We got NIMO leveling off at plus 46, 74, plus 46. Let's just say 46. Looking good. Futures still trying to tackle that 4140 area. If we get above 4140, SPY should rock the Casbah. Should see a move back towards 417 today, tomorrow, next day, maybe. Retest the highs. Maybe today. Okay. All right, VIX continues to drop off. That's a good sign. Volatility sellers, most likely. VIX continues to drop off. VIX. Okay, new high, new lows here. The last time we were down this area was back here on the 2nd of June. And we're at 413 highs, SPY at the moment. VIX still dropping off. Apple and Microsoft looking for a bounce. Let's see what the FANG stocks look like. FANG stocks. Overall market flow is improving. Overall market flow is bullish and improving. We got calls starting to move higher on the SPY. SPY calls are starting to show up here. AMD, the 105 call is starting to show. AMD 105 call is starting to show some flow. Coming off of the 9 EMA. AMD. All right, so we're fading now. All right, no follow through. We got supply pretty steadfast at 41.40. Cleveland Cliffs has been going sideways. Okay, Datadog. Datadog, lots of calls on Datadog. Datadog, let's see what that looks like on the daily. Datadog has been beat up, right? Lately. Coming off the lows, Datadog. Let's look at the weekly. All right, it needs to get above the 10 EMA. Maybe we start a trend higher. Once it gets above the 10 EMA, try to stay above the 10 EMA last week. Didn't do it. Datadog. AMD looking for the bounce. SPY trying to go now. VIX is still dropping off. VIX is at 24. VIX is about to drop into the 23 handle. All right, Apple's at the high of the day. Very tight price action on Apple. Caterpillar, looking for a follow through. Kohl's, KSS Kohl's, the 40 calls trading. Kohl's. Amazon, we've got 300 of the January 24, 150 calls on Amazon. All right, looks like SPY wants to break out. Got to get up 41.40, 41.42 for good measure. Futures, deltas are very bullish. GameStop, looking for a follow through. GameStop's up $7.70 on the day. GameStop, watching GameStop. All right, here goes SPY. All right, here goes SPY. SPY gonna go now. SPY, SPY, SPY. Let's go. We should run here. SPY should run. If we get above this supply, I'm watching supply very closely.
High tick alert plus 800.
High tick. High tick. SPY calls should work. Futures taking out supply. SPY target 417. Okay, 50-cent stop would be in order. 50 cents stop. Watching SPY 414s. 414, the max that I would go on this. I'd want to see it in the money very quickly for tomorrow, maybe. Looking for a follow through now. All right, we got to get through this supply. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it. Do it, do it, do it. SPY. VIX dropping off. There goes Apple. Apple, nice little pop there. VIX trying to drop into the 23 handle. Looks good so far. Looking for a follow through. A little bit of supply here. Deltas are positive. The odds are with the bulls. If we can take this a little bit higher, we should see more shorts cover. More shorts should cover here. All right, so here we go. Here we go. We're going to take out those stops overhead.
High tick alert plus 800. Extreme high tick alert.
All right, here we go. SPY going here. Nice. We're through supply now. Okay, there's a little bit of supply overhead. That's coming in. Let's see where else they're going to put some supply. Okay, 4160 is the next level supply. All right, so we get a nice little pop there. All right, see if we can get a little follow through. All right, all the FANG stocks are going. Okay, so they're chicken or the egg. Facebook squeeze, turning higher. Facebook squeeze. Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Amazon. All right, there we go. All right, so nice pop through supply. Nice work there, Richter. All right, 41.25 to 41.30. All right, 425.
Extreme high tick alert.
All right, nice little pop. All right, shorts covering. Let's see if we get any kind of follow through here. All right, VIX is trying to hold now. All right, some supply, a lot of supply coming here all of a sudden. A lot of supply. All right, let's see what Apple's doing. Apple, nice, okay. My Amazon looks good. Amazon. GameStop, looking for the follow through on GameStop. Electronic Arts continues, and Take Two this morning was active. Take Two. Facebook looking for a pop. Cleveland Cliff, nice pop there on Cleveland. Looking for a follow through on Cleveland Cliff. A lot of calls at the 24 strike for Cleveland Cliff. All the steel stocks looking good. Look much better if we get a follow through tomorrow. Volume looks good. Looks like institutions squint. If you remove the red, mostly institutions buying shares here. Looks like accumulating shares, higher highs, higher lows. Looks like about 10, 20, 30, 40, about 100 million shares trading hands, plus or minus 20 million. Say 120 million shares trading hands since 21. Do you think they only want 3 points? Or you think they want more? I think they want more.
High tick alert plus 800.
All right, here we go. There we go. SPY's going to fly now. Fly, Robin, fly. Up, up to the sky. All right, SPY still going. VIX is still dropping. All right.
Extreme high tick alert.
Cleveland Cliff looks good. Looking for the follow through in Cleveland. All right, Cleveland Cliff's breaking out. Cleveland Cliff, breakout. All right, there we go. Now we're ripping. Now we're going. All right, supply keeps shifting higher from 41.40 up to 41.50. Now it's 41.60 to 65. All right, Delta's a very positive. Aggressive buyers coming through. Very aggressive buyers coming in. Microsoft, Nvidia, Facebook, all the steel stocks, Apple. Wow, what's not to like? Oak. OKE, OKE, Oak, OKE, OKE, higher highs, higher lows, Nat gas play, Oak. Big move there on Oak. Looks like 74 is in the cards for Oak. Look for a follow through tomorrow. All right, so we got to the highs there, a little profit taking. All right, so take some profits off, see if we can't follow through. But for now, Oak should follow through tomorrow, I would think. Be a nice day tomorrow, Oak. Veru just below 16, keeps trying to blast through 16. VIX still dropping off. VIX at the low. Looking for a higher low on SPY. Looking for a higher low. SPY. Okay, futures. We ran into some pretty heavy selling. We've got like 100,000 contracts overhead from 4150 up to 4165. 34,000, 31,000, 42,000, 25,000 overhead supply. Futures above 4165, we could see this all repeat again. So we're looking for above 4165 now. Okay, that's 15 handles overhead. We're getting rejected right now. So looking for a higher low. All right, VIX is still down here at the low. Algo's taking care of the trade at the moment. Dollar Tree, looking for it to blast off. SWN continues. Thanks, Buford. SWN, Southwestern Energy. It's a $9 stock. Following through.
As seen from a White House economic advisor Rouse here as well now. The US is in a position of strength in 2022. The trade gap is closing.
SPY looking for a higher high now. All right, VIX to drop off. Okay, futures got a lot of work to do. We got 100,000 contracts overhead to deal with between 41.45 and 41.65. 20 handles. All right, we got to get above supply. We've got about 100,000 handles overhead, 100,000 contracts rather. A lot of sellers right here and a lot of buyers. All depends on price. Price starts to accelerate here. We could see a follow through. All right, SPY looking for a higher high. 417 is my target. SPY. $417 is my target. 41.71, 41.70. Yep.
White House economic advisor Rouse also says that Biden is increasing supply to fight high oil prices.
They could. It seems like they could release all of the strategic oil preserves and still not have an impact on oil prices. They just, I mean, they were going to do that, what, back in February, March, or whatever the hell it was. And prices are where they are. Let's see what crude oil looks like. CL. Crude oil is right below 120 a barrel. I was going to say 120 a gallon. I wish. Crude oil is on a buy signal, 5-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute, daily. SWN, ripping.
White House economic advisor Rouse says that domestic chip production will boost resilience and security.
Southwest Energy continuation. SPY flagging at 414. Needs to stay above 414. Above 414, we could see a nice follow through. Got a lot of supply overhead. That's the most supply I've seen in a long time. Over 100, greater than 100,000 contracts here. If you look at Bookmap, all right, we're about to blast here. Don't forget to take some profits off in the strength in some of these positions. Everything looks good so far. Chewy, ABCD pattern on Chewy. Going for D now. There goes Chewy going for D. Going for D. Let's look at Chewy, Cocoa Pop. All right, so Chewy, you can see ABCD pattern playing out. Okay, here's your A over here. Here's B, here's C. Looking for D. Look at the volume coming in. Chewy volume. If you have too much exposure, this is your opportunity to reduce your risk. If you got too many things on, the markets are not going to go up straight every day. Tomorrow we could be down and testing that 407 again. And that would probably affect a lot of your positions, especially if you bought at the high of the day. So take some profits off. These things are running. Microsoft is trying to go. Microsoft, we've got the 270 calls are very active for this Friday, Microsoft. And you also got the 275 calls are very active. And the 280s. Looks like spreads.
The U.S. Energy Department proposal requires approval from Congress.
Market net flow is positive and bullish. More calls trading than puts. Calls are at the high of the day. Net flow calls on the SPY are at the high of the day. Okay, Chewy looks good. All right, that's just one more stock that looks good. All right, Apple, Microsoft. Okay, Tesla trying to make a change in trend, trying to push higher highs, higher lows. Dollar Tree looking for the follow through. Dollar Tree is going to benefit from the excess inventory that Target has. They'll buy a lot of that inventory for a bargain, and they'll resell it. There goes Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree spiking. Dollar Tree looking good. Let's look at Dollar Tree. Looks good. Dollar Tree. Okay. Needs to clear this 166 level. Once it gets above 166, then we can see 52-week highs again. The volume over here indicating institutions have been picking up shares. It goes SPY. SPY on the move. IWM about to take out the high. IWM is about to go too. It's at resistance. Okay, SPY is about to take out the high. 417 is my target. Doesn't have to happen today. Apple going for the highs of the day. Looking good. SPY going. 417 is my target. Now that it's above 414. All right, so Dollar Tree looks good. Dollar Tree looks good. VIX still dropping. About to drop into the 23 handle.
In at NYMEX WTI crude oil July futures are settling at $119.41 a barrel, which is up 91 cents or spot 77%.
Microsoft looks good. Microsoft. Finally get some legs under it. Microsoft's going. Lots of volume there too.
High took alert plus 800.
SPY. 417 is my target.
NYMEX gasoline July futures at about $4.16 a gallon.
All right, LaFang stocks look good. That'll translate into the Qs rising rapidly. Holy smokes, this thing is heating up. Markets are heating up.
High took alert.
All right, SPY going. Let me keep an eye on the Qs too. An eye on the Qs as well. Nice follow through. All right, supply pushing through. VIX dropping off here, 24. Cool. All right, what is, all right, that's looking okay.
Extreme high took alert.
NYMEX natural gas
Pfizer is still going.
settle at $9.29.
Pfizer is still going here. Cleveland Cliff. Cleveland Cliff looks like it's going to take out the high here, head for 24. Our VIX dropping off, looks good. Okay, R1 is at 415.42.
800.
Also seeing NYMEX diesel July futures settled at $4.32.
All right, Cleveland Cliff's about to take out the highs. All right. A little bit of profit taking at the highs. Okay, not a bad idea. Take some profits off the table. Not a bad idea to take some profits off the table. Never go broke taking profits. All right, GNRC about to take out the highs. GNRC. All right, ABCD. ArcelorMittal is very close to Ukraine. When they're rebuilding Ukraine, this war will be over at some point. Rebuilding Ukraine, I would imagine ArcelorMittal MT, Michael Tango, ArcelorMittal. I imagine they're going to get a lot of contracts. I don't think they can fill all the orders, though. So there'll be other contractors who do well. Microsoft looking good at the high of the day. Facebook's turning the corner. Amazon trying to go green. Institutions filling positions. NVIDIA trying to take out the highs. NVIDIA's up 50 cents. Missed those $15 days in NVIDIA. VIX dropping a little bit more. It's about to drop in the 23 handle. All right, SPY looks like the high of the day for now. SPY looks like the high of the day for now. Looking for a higher low to print. Apple, Microsoft, VIX is holding. SPY, Qs, IWM. Highs of the day for now. Walmart, looking for a follow through in Walmart. Target. Dollar Tree still going. Dollar Tree, about the Dollar Tree. DLTR. Dollar Tree. RSI is above 50. Dollar Tree looks good. Dollar Tree's still going. Okay, they got some selling into strength. All right, everything's starting to come back in now. Okay, so we ran into supply. This 100,000 contracts is just too much. It's more than 100,000 now. It's about 150,000. Okay, supply, just too much for price action to get through. IWM pulling back as well.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right. All right, VIX is trying to turn the corner. VIX trying to turn the corner. right, buy dips only. Buy dips only. Don't buy the high today. Dollar Tree. All right, so that's $1 off the high right there on the Qs. VIX trying to turn and move higher. VIX. More profit taking. More profit taking. That supply zone is just too much for now. All right, we've got an hour and 13 minutes to go. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, the 7th of June. We got about another 12 minutes to go for the 3 o'clock power hour to start. Smucker's shaking off its peanut butter loss. Smucker's is up 6.2% on the day and still climbing. Smucker's. Jan looks like it wants to go here. Jan. Okay. Freeport McMoran calls the 35 call. Freeport. Lilly, more calls on Lilly, more puts as well. Coals all day. We've been seeing action on coals.
10 minutes away to the top of the hour now, where we do see the release of the US consumer credit. The forecast is for 35 billion on the prior 52.43 billion.
Oak continues to build higher highs and higher lows. Oak. Refiners are bullish. All right, looking for somebody just took some profits off there last 10 minutes. Looking for a higher low. Still think 417 could print over the next couple of days, if not sooner. All right, Apple, everything is whippy. GameStop, nice little follow through on GameStop, plus 11 and change. There goes GameStop. GME, thank you. GameStop on the move here. GameStop is running. Let's take a look at GameStop. GME, GameStop popping here. Big move on GameStop at the moment. GameStop. There goes GameStop, blasting higher. Higher low on SPY. GameStop in play. GameStop is up 9% on the day. All right, GameStop, let's look at the daily. Okay, we clear this 150 level, 148.50. Get above that, we could see 200 pretty quick. So far, higher low on SPY, but a higher low, but a lower high as well. So we need to get above 415. Futures still have about 120,000, about 150,000 contracts overhead between 4140 and 4155, 4160. Okay, so you got 20 handles of resistance overhead, some significant resistance. You got the amount of contracts are very high. I don't often see that. Okay, so that was a nice little pop on GameStop right here last week. What was that? The week before that, had volume coming in. GameStop, nice follow through. GameStop is checking higher.
So 5 minutes away now to the top of the hour and the release of the US consumer credit forecast 35 billion on the prior 52.43 billion.
GameStop Gets through 150, this could really rip versus rip. It could really rip. All right, a lot of volume there on GameStop. On the 2-minute chart, big move on the 2-minute. All right, sounds like more selling coming in now. Futures still has over 150,000 contracts overhead. That's a lot. That's supply overhead. 20 handles. If we can get through that supply, that's a big if. 4160 above that level, we could see 4170. 417 is the target for SPY in the short term. I don't think we're going to get above it today, though, by the looks of it. Who is that? Okay, nice follow through on GameStop. Still going. GameStop. All right, looks like we might see some more buying right here. Just too much resistance, though. Jeez, there's just too much resistance. GameStop, nice follow through on GameStop. Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, NVIDIA, all seeing higher lows as they step in again. NVIDIA is a lower low, but it's pushing a bit higher now. Okay, what's the call situation? Calls look better. More calls than puts being traded on SPY. Overall, options market summary, we've got more. We had a better situation this morning at about 10 o'clock, 10:45. It was the highest of the day. Then we pushed it a little bit higher right around 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. And we've been moving sideways. So watching follow through and net flow for the markets. SPY starting to go again, starting to move up to the highs.
Just 1 minute remaining now. The US consumer credit.
GameStop, I'm out. I made $8. I'm very happy. Happy.
Seconds.
All right. GameStop high of the day. I just sold into that 142.90 area. Looks like it's going to keep going. Looks like it'll keep going.
think it released in March consumer credit revised up to. So April consumer credit increased $38 billion to $38 billion. So
Hi, ticker plus 800.
$35 billion. The March consumer credit was revised up to $47.4 billion as well.
All right, goes the Qs. Qs looking good. VIX rolling over. H pattern in the VIX. H pattern in VIX. VIX H pattern here. You can see this H pattern. It looks like a lowercase h. The leg down. You get this little bounce, this little hump. Look for the lows to get taken out. SPY's going. All right. Looks good. All right, SPY headed back to the highs. Maybe we do take 417 this week, eh? All right, all of your stocks are moving higher. All the FANG stocks, buyers on the FANG stocks. Supply dwindling overhead.
Just posted out the US consumer credit report for the April 2022 data we just saw there. That is out on the feed now.
Have fun, bud. VIX, new lows on the day here. VIX dropping off into the 23 handle next, I believe. All right, SPY looks like it's going to take out the high of the day. Once we got above 414, that's an area of supply that we were looking for a pop through. We were starting to see futures also showing the same thing. Supply is dwindling. We had about 150,000 contracts above this level. Currently at about 100,000, so a lot of that's been taken care of. We got calls looking better than puts, and we have the markets generally looking more bullish. We got Microsoft taking off to the upside. Apple looks like it could retake the highs. SPY going for the highs of the day. Q's going for the highs of the day. IWM as well. VIX dropping off. Everything's go. We got a Tom Lee everything rally in play. VIX is dropping off. VIX about to tag the 23 handle. All right, futures, supply is dwindling. Above 4160, could see 4170 pretty fast. We've got about 80,000 contracts now. Had 150,000. We're about almost half of what we had a few minutes ago when we first rejected this area. NVIDIA's bouncing. All the FANG stocks are being bid. GameStop's still going, so good luck on GameStop if you're still with it. You can thank Cayman. Cayman with a nice setup last week. I held it for a couple of days longer than I wanted to, but today was a good day to exit into strength. So got about $8 on GameStop. I'm happy with that. Just had shares, no options. Target trying to retake the 155 level. Dollar Tree at the highs. Dollar Tree VIX dropping off. Going to see that 23 handle. Let's see 23. Okay, Microsoft high of the day. Microsoft still going. Is that the high of the day? Yeah, looks like the high of the day. Looks like the high of the day. 272 was the high of the day. We're 272.16. Microsoft high of the day. AMPH. AMPH. Okay, we're back to supply. Okay, there's still some formidable supply here. We got about 100,000 contracts just overhead, 4150 to 4165. I don't know if you guys are baseball fans, but I was watching that Aaron home run in Canada against the Astros. Yankee fan gets the ball. That was pretty cool. Aaron Judge. Dude can hit a lot of freaking home runs. All right, GSK still looking good. GSK, GlaxoSmithKline. Nice candle today. Glaxo, GSK. Should see a follow through tomorrow, I would think. GSK. Nice W-shaped pattern. All right, so we should attack this 45 level soon. We got the 21 and the 50-day. 50 days next, 21's out of the way now. Glaxo with some good news on the cancer front. Sloan Kettering in the city. Some good results. All right, looks good. All right, so if we can pop above the high of the day, 415, that would be great. If not, that's resistance for now. We'll mark it down for tomorrow. Supply still pretty significant, about 100,000 contracts. So overhead up to 4165, 4170. It really starts to taper off above 4160. Delta's bullish all day long. Deltas have been bullish all day. Nice work. All right, looking for a pop above 415. Can we get a quick run to 417? That would be awesome. S&P 500. Be nice to see a move through the highs. Okay, bullish engulfing candle engulfing the past 2 days price action on the S&P. Just the bodies. Sloan Kettering. Yeah, Sloan Kettering. Yeah. All right, got a bullish engulfing candle on S&P 500, engulfing the bodies of the past 2 trading days. That's bullish. Notice the candle on, what was that, Thursday? Engulfed the bodies of the previous 2 days candles. Something of a pattern. Oinoke continues higher. Oinoke at the high of the day. Howmet about to break out. HWM Howmet breaking higher. Swing trader alert. All right, looks like in phase was added to swing trader alert. I think that was already on there. Nice follow through. All right, we got a nice, nice little test of the highs again. Coming in. All right, so bullish engulfing S&P. I've been just sitting here staring at the screens. Nice. Looks about to take out the high of the day. 4170 seems like it's in the cards. 20 handles to go. We got 40 minutes. 39 minutes to go for the regular session. We got some nice follow through. All right, S&P looks like it's going to take out the highs here. All right, let's go. LETSGO. All right, NYMO is plus 56.39, plus 56. Deltas are rising again. We're going to take out supply, folks. We're going to take this supply out. They'll shift their offers up higher. 41.55. Get above 41.66, 41.60. We should go. Got 10 handles to go. About 60,000 contracts to deal with now. Get above those 60,000 contracts. 41.60 gives us 41.80. 41.70, then 41.80. All right, here we go. Breaking out. Nice job. Nice job there. Nice work, folks. Congratulations. A lot of nice trades being posted in the trading room. Okay, looking good. Looking good for the follow through. Don't forget to take some profits off the table, especially if you got too much exposure to the markets. I know it's kind of hard. You got profits everywhere and you got 50 positions open, but if the markets do make a move lower, you're going to be hoping, you're going to be wishing that you took some profits off the table. All right, looks good. Apple looking for another pop to the highs. All right, so we're just tagging that 415 level again on SPY. VIX is tickling the 23 handle. We're at 2405 right now. Okay, S&P. Starbucks, nice follow through on Starbucks today. Starbucks up 34 cents. Generac up $6.60, headed for that 300 level. Generac. ABCD pattern, no D yet. No D yet, but it looks good. McDonald's finally getting something going here. McDonald's, Mickey D's finally getting something going here. Okay, so we're up 1/3% on McDonald's. We need to get a break today. We need to get above 252 this week. McDonald's, I got June 17th, next week's calls. Got next week's 250 call. I'm just out of the money. I'm $1 out of the money on McDonald's. Steel stocks looking good. Steel at the high of the day. Cleveland Cliff, what are you doing? Cleveland Cliff. All right, looking like it wants to break out. It's hit this level 4 times now. Cleveland Cliff, intraday. 4 times at this 2390 level. Can't seem to get through. Cleveland Cliff looking for a follow through tomorrow. Steel stocks look good. U.S. Steel. All these look good. Cleveland Cliff, Steel Dynamics. Timken Steel, TMST. Timken Steel above the 50-day. Look at that follow through. Timken Steel looking good. Did I buy Timken Steel? No, I didn't. Timken Steel looking good. TMST. All right, looks good. Timken Steel. Highs of the day going into the close. All right, so people will be taking some profits off here in the day. Timken Steel, nice follow through. A little triangle pennant right there before the breakout, 9 and 21. This is probably one of the better looking steel stocks. Let me see what Market Smith says. Survey says where is my... No, don't want that. Timken Steel. Let me see what the numbers look like. All right, we're going to break out. We're going to break out and run. All right, so the bears had it for the previous 8 weeks, and for the past 2 weeks, coming into this week, we're looking a lot better for the bulls. So don't fret, bears. You guys had a great, bear trend since January. 5 months on the downtrend. All right, Temkin's got $4.04 earnings this year. Relative strength line is a blue dot scan candidate. All right, Temkin pulling back a little bit. Let's see if I can't get a better entry on 2580, something like that. Okay, we're going to take out the high of the day here. Taking out the high. Okay, right at the highs here, a little profit taking. Not surprising. You shouldn't be surprised to see some profit taking here.
We're going to start looking now to the early market on close imbalance. It's currently sitting at 17 million to the buy side.
Oh, we're breaking out. Oh, Jesus, they're going to cream the bears today. Ay, ay, ay. This is beautiful. Nice. There goes SPY. All right, bullish engulfing. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely Rita meter made. Nothing can come between us. Except Bolare. Bolare. Whoa, whoa. Cantare. Oh, 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 oh. Let's fly way up to the clouds, away from the maddening crowds. We can sing in the glow of a star that I know of, where lovers enjoy peace of mind. There goes SPY, ripping higher. Just like birds of a feather, a rainbow together we'll find. There goes SPY, Volare. Whoa, whoa. Yes, I'm losing my mind. No, 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 no. I haven't had anything to drink. I'm just drinking English breakfast tea with a little bit of orange twist in it. Tangerine twist, sorry. Penso cion sogno cosa no ritorni mai più. Well, I'm destroying the Italian language there. My dad never taught me Italian. Neither did my grandmother. Grandmother's from, I think she was from northern Italy. She wasn't from Sicily. That's where Mondo has people from Sicily. I think his wife is from Sicily. Great thing about our trading room is that there's a lot of nationalities out there, a lot of people joining in on the profit making. Thanks so much for everyone for all of the shares in the trading room. You know who you are. The more you participate, the more you help your members. There goes okay. VIX is 23 handle right here. VIX 23.99. VIX 23 handle. Oh boy. All right, we're ripping higher now. Holy smokes! Look at this.
Plus 800.
All right, so there's a lot more stops up here, more than likely. Let's see what the blocks look like. Block trades. Let me see. I had that looking at that this morning. Block trades. All right, block trades on SPY. We have 412.80. We're above that level. Why is this not up to date? We're way above this. There's some stock price and algo. This is not current. There we go. Okay, so block trades. We're above that 415 block trade level on the weekly time frame. Okay, so 415.30 is a large dark pool area. 623 million, 415.30. We've got 623 million. Dark pool level right here at 415.30. All right, we're moving above that weekly area. 415.30 is a major level. 415.30 is a major dark pool level. All right, great. All right. Nice job, Yoda. Nice job. Everybody's making money today. All right, above that dark pool level, SPY. All right, nice follow through. We're above those dark pool levels, so we should continue higher.
Still sitting at 17 million to the buy side.
All right, we're blasting higher. Looks like we're going to get 417 today, the way this is trading. All right, nice trading, folks. Don't forget to take profits off into strength. All right, nice follow through. Nice follow through. Nice follow through. Nice day today. Nice day. All right, most everything is bullish. Don't forget to take some profits off the table, please. Don't want anybody belly aching. All right, there goes Veru's trying to go end of day. Veru's trying to go end of day. Veru trying to go. All right, Novavax still halted. Geez. Okay, nice follow through here. Nice follow through. All right, seeing a little profit taking now. Apple high today. Helmet still going. The refiners, PBF Energy, Papa Bravo Franco, Papa Bravo Foxtrot, Valero, Victor Lima Oscar. Both of those are still going. These oil refiners, these bullish trends are just crazy, crazy. Jan back above highs here. Jan trying to get back above the highs. Microsoft. SPY calls. Q calls. Nice follow through on the Qs. Looking for a pop above 310 on the Qs. Everything pushing higher. Very nice. Cleveland Cliff. All right. NIO trying to get something going here. NIO, Mio Mayo. All right, let's look at NIO. Okay, let's get NIO. NIO's having a nice day today. NIO daily. Okay, so if it clears 20, we should see 23, 24 pretty quick. NIO.
Looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, now sitting at 55 million to the buy side.
GSK still going. GSK still going. Looks good. SPY, not done. SPY's not done. There's very little supply now. Futures. $41.65, $41.65. There's no supply above $41.65. All right, $41.70. We could see 417. It's a hell of a day. Don't squander these gains. These gains look great. Roadblocks continue to push higher. Roadblocks. Generac up 2.5%. Generac. Starbucks looks good. Chewy looks like it wants to go. Chewy needs to get above this pivot at 30. Then we could test the 50 day. There goes SPY. SPY is just on a mission today. All right, so hopefully you guys are making money. And ladies, lots of good ideas posted in the trading room. Got continuation everywhere. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree keeps grinding higher. Target is still moving. Target's still going. Roblox pushing higher. Cleveland Cliffs up 50 cents, 40 cents. Need to see a follow through. Riot is starting to move higher. Riot. SPY, can we get one more push to 417 where there's no supply? There's about 40,000 contracts between here and 4165. You got 6 handles to go. 6 handles. We blow out this area here, 4160. We should see 4170 pretty fast. We've got deltas continue to push higher. Deltas are at plus 14,900 and climbing into the last few minutes of the trading day. There goes Chewy. Microsoft trying to take out the high of the day. Looks good for the FANG stocks. A good showing on Amazon's part. Amazon trying to go green on the day. Facebook. Maybe we get something going in Facebook tomorrow. NVIDIA is up $1.33. It's trading the high of the day right now. Amazon's trying to take out the high at 123.25. Actually, the high of the day was a bit higher, 124. We're trying to take out the highs at 124. Amazon, SPY still going. VIX is dropping off. Okay, we got a major expiration on VIX next Wednesday. We got FOMC next week. So with VIX selling off like this, I'd be inclined to take some of this UVIX. UVIX. Okay, I closed those covered calls on UVIX. Another $1.25. Keeps bringing my cost basis down. As price action moves lower, I keep buying or selling covered calls as we spike on the VIX. I don't know if VIX is going to spike much, so I'll probably be sitting on VIX at a loss for a little while until it can sell some more covered calls. Facebook looking for a follow through. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA on the move. Jeez, everything is going now. Everything is going. Yikes-a-bee. That's from that movie, Win a Date with Tad Hamilton. That's a pretty funny movie. Topher Grace and
So we are now waiting on the final.
What the hell is his
ahead of
name?
The market on close imbalance.
At Hamilton.
High tick alert plus
All right.
800.
SPY ripping higher. 417. Called it out. Josh Duhamel, and Kate Bosworth. Topher Grace. Nathan Lane. Great movie. If you have a chance to watch it with your wife or a significant other. Win a Date with Tad Hamilton. It's pretty funny. Funny as hell.
Market on close imbalance settling now at 300 million to the sell side. That's the market on close imbalance for the NYSE settling at 300 million to sell.
So my son last night was telling me this great idea about having drones that look like birds. I didn't want to tell him that China's already doing that, but having cameras in birds and such. These mini nano bots or whatever, little bugs that can fly around with cameras in them. But the fact that he's thinking about this kind of stuff really blows me away. All I thought about was playing when I was his age. Anyway, SPY moving higher. I'm hoping that we can get tag 417 today. 417. We need to take out supply in the futures. If we do take out 4165, there's very little supply now. Going into the last 10 minutes of the trading day, we've got 4165. We've got 100. We got 17,000 contracts overhead. That's the only thing holding us back. Above that, 15,000 and 11,000 contracts at 4175. So we could very well test that level, 417, after hours or before the close. I'm still very happy with today's performance. You should be as well, especially if you're on the long side. If you're on the short side, you've had your day in the sun. For 5 months. 5 months.
High tick alert plus 800.
We've been in this downtrend. All right, so now S&P 500 has got this bullish engulfing body of yesterday's candle. Okay. So we've been in this downtrend, so we're consolidating right here. If we take out 4177, that'd be great. We're heading in that direction right now, testing that high that we put in on Thursday. Okay, that engulfed the previous 2 days too. You see that? This candle right here on Thursday engulfed the previous 2 days candles, very close to engulfing that big bullish candle right there. What was that? That was Friday, the previous Friday. We had these 3 white soldiers up to this level, went sideways. We consolidated in time rather than in price. We didn't pull back. 50 days overhead at 42.33. That's doable if we can clear 41.77, 41.78. Futures, there's about 40,000, 50,000 contracts just came in right here at 41.65 to offer. So some supply coming in. All right, so we're not going to go straight up. I was hoping that we get 41.77 before the close. Not the case. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're 6 minutes away from the closing bell. It's Tuesday, the 7th of June. Hopefully you had a great day. I certainly did. Had some really nice trades, many of them from the trading room. All of you sharing ideas. Everyone benefits when you share ideas, and we either like them or don't. Don't be shy. Not every trade is going to work. Even I get them wrong all the time, 20% of the time. If you're making 80% gain, if you're making 80% of your trades, 8 out of 10 are winners, and 2 out of those 10, that's pretty good odds. Even 70% is good. 60% is good. As long as you're using good money management and you're only taking a 5% loss maximum and letting your winners run. If you're doing 60 to 70% stocks, all you need is 250 a day. 250 a day that's average. 250 a day, that's $5,000 a month. All right, so 500, just double it. That's 10,000 a month. If you want to double that, $1,000 a day, you can manage $1,000 a day if you're trading options and you're skilled at it, or more. All right. So $20,000 a month, that's not bad. Start with the smaller goal. If you're a new trader, start with the smaller goal. Start to work up. And you'll do fine. Right now, we're at the highs. We got resistance and supply. We just got to jump above 41.65. Maybe they do it after hours. That's probably what they're going to do. So if you have SPY and you can't trade the last 15 minutes, 4 o'clock to 4:15, SPY, Qs, IWM. I don't know if IWM trades after hours. I think it does, right? I know SPY and the Qs do. But they close at 4:15, the options pit for SPY and the Qs. So you can always put a limit order in a little bit higher than where we're currently. So if we do get a spike after hours, you can get that. You get that extra little pump. All right, so great trading day today. Amazon didn't go positive on the day, but I got a feeling it will in the next few days. I'm banking on it with my kids' college education funds. They got 25 shares each in Amazon. I'm looking to got 1 share of Google, each of them. When it splits, I'll be doing the same thing, sticking with those 2 trades. Amazon and Google, they're not going out of business anytime soon. They might not make as much profit in the short term, but they're going to be graduating, and my daughter will be in 3 years, will be going to college, maybe 4. If she likes to take a sabbatical. She likes the idea of being able to go to Europe. Hopefully they get everything squared away over there with her friends. Anyway, most stocks are up and to the right. That's a good sign. Most stocks that I'm looking at on my multiple screens are up and to the right. We're seeing a little profit taking right here, so take some profits off the table. You deserve it. All right, we get VIX to spike. I might sell some more UVIX calls. Roblox at the high of the day. Or Roblox. All right, take some things off into strength. Reduce your exposure. All right, OENOK continues to ramp higher. OENOK. OKE just keeps going. OKE. All right, nice trade. OENOK breaking out. 74 is the next level. OENOK. Jan is back above 4. JAN back above 4. That's one Mondo was looking at. Veru just below 16. GlaxoSmithKline starting to see some profit taking just below 44.30. Glaxo. That's a nice trade. I think Frank's in that one. All right. The refiners doing well today. The refiners. All right, PBF. This is just going to keep going. Looks like PBF. All right, we got less than a minute to go. Less than a minute to go. A little profit taking here. Profit taking. All righty. Seconds to go for the closing bell. Wow, what a day. There's your closing bell. Congratulations, folks. A little profit taking in today. All right. I got to take my son to kickboxing, so I will bid you guys adieu, you ladies and gents. Have a great evening. Your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 4 o'clock, Tuesday, the 7th of June. Looking for solars to pick up the slack again tomorrow. Let's see what Enphase did today. Enphase. Okay. Wrote about Enphase last night and posted it. If you didn't get a chance to see it, it's on the blog. Enphase and Ginkgo Solar. Watching for these to follow through. Ginkgo was up 12% yesterday. Gave back a little bit. Doji for now. Alternative energy stocks like GNRC also doing well. Generac does well this time of year. Generac is up 3% on the day. Anyway, have a great evening. Check out that blog post. It's on the blog, theclosingprint.com. Just look at the top, the menu. Just click on the blog. You'll see what I posted. Take care, everyone. Have a great evening. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you later. Take care, Rob. See you later.